Gentlemen, will you take your seats, please? We're about to begin. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Because it's a fine morning, we probably haven't some people who would like to be here because they're busy out in the fields, the first chance they've had in maybe 8 or 9 months to work, so that's understandable, but I think more will be coming as we move along. So if you could take your seats now, everybody, and you can resume conversations. When we have coffee break, we will begin. Cordial there, Falter Drive, good evening, Carlow, and it's a privilege to stand before you today in this lovely place, deeply rooted in the agricultural heritage of Ireland, to welcome you to the Woodland Downman Hotel for this crucial conference on the future of European agriculture. As we approach the European elections, I am proud to host this timely and important conference on behalf of the EPP Group, alongside my esteemed colleague, MEP Siegfried Nilsson, who is our Group Vice President, and also my colleagues Marie Walsh and Colin Markey. As your MEP for Ireland South, I am acutely aware of the challenges facing our farmers and rural communities. The landscape of European agriculture is evolving rapidly, with profound implications for the sustainability and prosperity of our sector. Our farmers are the custodians of the land. They are the ones who put food on the table, support our major export industries, but they also are the ones who can deliver the transition to sustainability. They must be paid properly for doing so. We need to revisit the CAP budget, secure family farm incomes, and pay our farmers to deliver EU sustainability strategies. The decline in the number of farms and the aging demographics within the farming community are alarming trends that demand our immediate attention. In Ireland, the percentage of young farmers is dishearteningly low, highlighting the urgent need to make farming an attractive and viable career choice for the next generation. There is a way to have productive, profitable and sustainable farming. To do this, I believe we need to increase CAP funding to support farmers, food production and food security. The rising global demand for grain, meat and dairy presents a significant challenge. This is essentially a strengthened pillar 1 to safeguard livelihoods and give certainty, and an ambitious pillar 2 that properly pays farmers for the actions they take and the progress they deliver. Ireland is unique compared to other EU countries, as agriculture plays a much larger role in our economy, explaining the higher than usual level of GHG emissions from our agricultural sector. Irish milk, beef and crop production are among the most carbon efficient in the world. The reality is, if agricultural products are not produced sustainably in Ireland, they will be sourced elsewhere, often with more impact on the environment. To address this, there is a pressing need to establish a separate EU Environment Fund alongside the CAP, dedicated to supporting environmental initiatives on farms. This fund should provide assistance to farmers with designated land and prepare for potential actions required under the EU Nature Restoration Law. Certainly, in funding streams is essential to incentivise future generations to commit to farming and ensure the long-term sustainability of agriculture. As lawmakers, at this pivotal juncture, we must ensure that regulations are not just bureaucratic hurdles that add costs at farm level. We all recognise the need to adapt and mitigate climate change when seeking a profitable future for agriculture, but weather conditions over the last number of years make that clear. However, regulations need to be proportionate and properly supported. Farmers run a business at the end of the day. The EPP Group has strongly pushed for a review of the CAP to make it simpler, with a greater focus on practical implementation and on rewarding farmers for delivering environmental sustainability. Fine Gael and I, my colleagues, voted in favour of carrying out this review under the urgent procedure last week, so the proposed changes can apply from this year. I'm also proud to join my EPP colleagues in advocating for measures to address barriers such as access to land and finance, while also promoting education and training opportunities for aspiring farmers. Innovation and investment are central to the future of European agriculture. Embracing cutting-edge technologies and practices such as precision agriculture and eco-friendly innovations will not only enhance productivity but also minimise the environmental impact. The use of new breeding techniques and other innovative solutions to enhance agricultural efficiency while also reducing inputs will also be very helpful. It is of extreme importance we have streamlined approval procedures for new techniques and increased investment in technology and infrastructure, including rural broadband, a key priority for Fine Gael and government. In addition, we must ensure a level playing field on trade, preventing the EU market from being flooded with imports produced to lower standards. The Mercosur trade deal in particular, while halted now, in my view, must be stopped. Nitrates derogation. Over the past few years, farmers have been implementing numerous measures at farm level to enhance environmental sustainability. These efforts still need time to yield results, and farmers, like any other business, need certainty to justify their ongoing environmental investments. I've advocated for, and if elected, will continue to have a nitrates level for Ireland that takes into account our unique grass-based system. This needs a comprehensive approach from our national government, farming organisations, MEPs, and even civil society. I think a derogation of 220 must be guaranteed for at least 5 years. You cannot farm on a basis of changing from year to year. Ireland is a supporter of EU integration, and we've shown solidarity in many areas across our history in the Union. But we should not be afraid to say, in this case, we are unique amongst our peers, and EU regulations should reflect that. It is not about special treatment for the sake of it, instead, treatment of a special case. On Tuesday, I was pleased to attend the Irish Farmers' Journal roadshow in relation to renewables up the road in Kilkenny. This was an excellent event, highlighting that while we are moving forward in the same area, there is much more to be done to take full advantage of renewable generation's potential on farms across the country. It is imperative to provide as much information as possible to help farmers, businesses and homeowners make informed decisions when it comes to biomass heating, solar and anaerobic digestion and retrofitting. Solar in particular is an area of huge growth potential but many farmers are frustrated about electricity grid capacity in their area. Those desiring to set up solar PV systems on their farms can encounter restrictions on the size they can install due to insufficient network capacity. This is why we need to build our electricity infrastructure. A clearer energy system will not only mitigate the pressure on agriculture in relation to emission reduction, but will also reduce running costs for farmers as self-generation expands, as well as selling excess back to the grid. Measures to simplify access to green finance options need to be implemented. The process needs to be more streamlined and easier to navigate if we are to accelerate the rollout of renewables on farms. This also goes for anaerobic digesters, where planning laws and obligations are suffocating the growth of an industry that we can and must expand. Credit must be given to farmers for carbon removals when they replace slurry with digestate, and there will have to be a feed-in tariff for anaerobic digesters to make them profitable. And finally, in relation to planning, there's a planning law going through government at the moment with, I believe, 1,500 amendments. In my view, there are two amendments that will make the difference if they're taken on board. One, limit the opportunity for serial objectors. And two, put a time limit on planning. Without those two, we're going to make no progress. Fine Gael and EPP were successful in securing key wins for the agricultural sector in soil monitoring and resilience law in government, in Parliament. We also opposed the inclusion of the cattle sector under the revised Industrial Emissions Directive and signed amendments to raise the thresholds for inclusion under its scope for the pig and poultry sectors. Emissions reporting for a farmer should be the same as that of a chemical plant. Even with the Nature Restoration Law, which I know some of you in the audience are no fans of, the Fine Gael delegation in the European Parliament managed to include provisions that were clearly far better from a farming perspective than the original Commission proposal. And in relation to animal transport, my great friend Siegfried Muresan will have more to say on that, but we are fully supportive of live exports for young and adult cattle. Accorda, I would like to make one final point. Now more than ever, we need an honest debate that has at its heart science-based decision-making. The current polarisation is not helpful, not needed, and will not solve anything. This goes for environmental NGOs, farming organisations, elected representatives, and indeed EU institutions. Profitable, productive, and sustainable agriculture is possible, and I believe that Ireland can be the go-to example of how it can be done. Let's make it happen. Gulmi Mahagi Accorda. So now I give the floor to my esteemed colleague from Romania, Siegfried Muresan, and also I would like to welcome the Romanian ambassador to Ireland and his wife here as well today. You're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Siegfried. Thank you, Siegfried.
Thank you. Thank you. Sean, thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. We are delighted to be here as an EPP Group, the pro-European, center-right, pro-farmers, pro-agriculture, pro-rural areas group in the European Parliament. We came here to listen to you. We came here to say thank you for all the work that you're doing as farmers every day. And we are delighted to be hosted here by our Irish EPP delegation, Maria Walsh, Colm Markey, under the leadership of Sean Kelly. The Irish delegation in the EPP Group is a strong delegation, always speaking up on behalf of Ireland, making sure that the decisions that we are making in the European Parliament are good for Europe, but they are good for Ireland specifically as well. We do, together with our Fine Gael colleagues, politics which are pro-European, which are pro-business, and are pro-social market economy, which is, the economic model, leaving no one behind that we all believe in. We're looking forward to having a strong Irish delegation with your support, of course, as well in the next 5 years in the European Parliament. We came to listen. dear colleagues, because we know last years were not easy for none of us. We embarked on a fundamental transition to a more modern economy, a greener, a cleaner economy, and this is okay. We all want to tackle climate change. We all want to reduce pollution. We all want cleaner villages and cleaner cities. But our vision as pro-European center-right EPP is we want to fulfill, to do this transition with the farmers, not against them, with the industry, not against them. And we are aware that this transition to a more modern way of life sometimes bear costs, but we believe that we should reject an ideological approach to this fundamental process in which very often colleagues left of the center, sometimes greener colleagues, set ideologically targets that are difficult, expensive, impossible to be met and pose a burden to us. This is why we say everything done at European level which has an impact upon farmers should only be decided, should only be implemented after the farmers are heard. And this is why, upon the proposal of our political family, the European Commission has now called into action a strategic dialogue between decision makers at European level and farmers, so that never again in the future a decision that has an impact upon farmers be made without the farmers to be heard. This is, I think, a first fundamental achievement with significant impact for the future, that there is now this strategic, structural dialogue between decision makers at European level and the representatives of farmers, so that your voice always is heard when decisions are being made. Secondly, we as EPP say, whenever decision made at European level means that a sector of the economy, the agriculture or any other sector needs to adapt, support should be made available. We as EPP believe and defend the rural areas as a whole. The rural area being, the space where you farm, but for us, the rural area should be a place where people, citizens, do not have less opportunities than there are in cities. We want people in the rural areas to have the same opportunities, the same standard of living in rural areas as in cities, and this is why the EPP stands for investments in rural areas, for improving infrastructure, for improving healthcare, education in rural areas, so that people, including and especially young people, are attracted by the rural areas. We also believe that as farmers, you should do what you like, which is farm, be out in the fields, work, and not be called upon to fulfill many types of documents, forms. So what we are going to continue fighting for in the next years is reducing bureaucracy, cutting red tape. Your place is out in the field if this is what you like and what you choose to do, not back home or in an office behind a desk filling in complicated documentation. We are profoundly grateful for the high quality of food that you are producing for the people of Europe. It is also due to the European Union that we have here in Europe the highest consumer protection standards, the highest standards for food quality across the globe. Quality is important, quantity matters as well. What I am trying to say is that our vision is that of a European Union which continues to encourage you to produce high quality food, but also supports you in producing the highest possible quantities. Whenever there were proposals made at the European level in the last years, eventually negatively impacting the quantities that you would be able to produce, our group always stood up and we said we want to make sure that there is no restrictions, no limitations on the quantity. of food that you can produce. I believe the quantity is important because 2 years ago, Russia illegitimately, illegally invaded Ukraine, a peaceful nation in Eastern Europe. And we're seeing how difficult it has been for Ukraine to export its grains, its agricultural products to where they are needed. Ukrainian agricultural products are needed in Africa, in Northern Africa, in the Middle East, and we should support, of course, the export of Ukrainian grains from Ukraine to where they are needed, but we should also produce as much as we can here inside the borders of the European Union. When it comes to Ukraine, of course, we are supporting the export of Ukrainian grains, as I said, to where they are needed. Middle East, Africa, Northern Africa, and my country of origin, Romania, thank you, Ambassador, for being here. We have felt the pressure upon our borders because Ukraine could not use the older transport routes, particularly through the Black Sea anymore, so we had to adapt. We had all of a sudden significant quantities in our markets, huge pressure. We had to adapt our infrastructure, ports in the Black Sea area, railway, roads, but we believe this process is needed. It is a correct sign of solidarity for Ukraine, but what the EPP has imposed at European level is to make sure that we're supporting Ukraine to export its grains from Ukraine to where they are needed, but in a way in which it does not distort European markets and does not affect you as European farmers. Ukrainian grains should get from Ukraine to where they are needed, Africa, Middle East, rather than into the European markets where for the time being we cannot absorb them and there is no demand. Of course, we together also have to succeed in the generational transition here in agriculture. One of the things that I'm responsible for in the European Parliament is negotiating and implementing the budget of the European Union for 2024. And over the course of these negotiations, with the support of Colm Markey, very active in the Committee on Agriculture, we have managed to secure an additional 20 million euros into the budget of the European Union this year for young farmers, to make farming attractive for young people, to support this generational shift. Now, looking ahead, Sean has said it. There will be many things for us to do together. Firstly, to make sure that if ever, any Mercosur agreement is implemented, it will not be implemented in a way which is detrimental to Ireland, to Irish farmers. We have traditionally believed in trade, in international trade. We believe that was good for the growth of our economy. But as Sean rightly said, the Mercosur agreement is halted for the time being. It doesn't look like it is coming anytime soon. And for sure, we, the EPP, will stand up to make sure that, if it ever were to come into being, for sure not at the expense of Ireland and Irish farmers. And please count on us in doing this. Animal transport. There has been reflections in recent years at European level. Our priority as EPP is to make sure that people who care about animals, and we know that you are doing this as a job because of your love for animals, and you are yourselves, of course, as well concerned to make sure that animals are living and can be transported under the best possible conditions. Our commitment as pro-European center-right EPP is to make sure that animal transport remains also overseas possible. We know how important this is for Ireland. It is important for my home country as well. We have very similar priorities there between Ireland and Romania. We are going, of course, to make sure that the transport conditions are very good for the animals, but our commitment is to fight for making sure that this remains possible in the future. We have appointed a Romanian member of the parliament as the one responsible, a rapporteur, and given that Ireland and Romania have, very similar objectives there, it is a commitment that our fellow Romanian colleague there leading the work will listen to the voice of Irish farmers. Sean also mentioned, of course, the nitrates derogation, where the next European Commission will be working on. The European Commission, which is the executive branch of the European Union, is supposed to make a decision there, but we as parliamentary group, as parliamentary party of EPP, will use all the leverage that we have to make sure that that derogation, exactly as Sean described it, continues, so that there is no unpredictability, uncertainty for you as farmers. And this brings me towards the end of my initial remarks. I was mentioning the EPP using its influence towards the European Commission. Let me tell you the following. For the time being, the EPP Group is the largest political force in the European Parliament. We've been winning every election at European level since 1999, and we hold, for example, the President of the European Commission, which is, the President of the Executive Branch in Europe for the past 20 years. We're going to win the election on the 9th of June. We're going to remain the largest force, and we're going to continue leading Europe in the next years. We're going to continue leading Europe with other pro-European forces. And let me tell you that the anti-European, extremist, populist voices in the European Parliament are in a minority, they are isolated, and their impact is very limited. So to make sure that the voice of Ireland is heard in the next 5 years, support for our group will be essential over the course of the next electoral period. The more Fine Gael voices we have, the higher the guarantee that decisions made at European level will take Ireland into account. A vote given to an anti-European extremist member of the European Parliament is a lost vote. They do not influence decisions. Decisions are made by pro-European forces in the European Parliament under the lead of the EPP in the last years, and for sure it will remain the same in the next years. Very often in the last 5 years we were the only ones defending farmers. The Greener, the center-left parties were setting difficult, unrealistic targets on the transition to the green economy. As I said, transition that we also believe in, but this is where we differ. They set targets that bear costs for industry, for agriculture, without knowing how to achieve those targets. We say we want this transition, but together with you. We've been defending farmers pretty much alone at European level for the next 5 years. For the last 5 years, believe we managed to achieve a good deal of things. We're committed to continuing defending farmers. Please tell us today, we're looking forward to the discussion. Please tell us today what you expect from us in the next years, because as I said, we came here today to say thank you and to listen to you. And on this note, thank you very much for coming out, for being with us this morning. Thank you. And now Sean and myself, we will get down to work. We'll introduce the first panel to you. Basically, we will invite the speakers up here. It's Colm Markey, our distinguished colleague from Fine Gael, member of the Agriculture Committee, moderating this first panel. Colm, welcome. Good morning. We will have Alice Doyle, the Deputy President of the Irish Farmers Association, as speakers.
First lady ever to be Vice President of the IFA.
You see? Alice, please. Padraig Hennessy, the Chairman of AgTech Ireland. Welcome. Dennis Drennan, the President of the Irish Creamery Milk Suppliers Association. And Andrew Doyle, who's a former journalist with the Farmers Journal and chair of Tillage Industry Ireland. Welcome. You see, none of them politicians, because as we said, you should be in dialogue, you should be speaking up this morning. Colm will moderate that panel. Now, Sean will introduce our keynote speaker. Right now, we're very delighted to have him. Sean, please.
So, thank you very much, Siegfried. Lovely few words. And we're very pleased to have the Minister for State for Agriculture here this morning. Very good friend of ours, Martin Hayden, from just up the road in Kildare, who's done a lot of good work, knows agriculture inside out. And we're delighted to have him here to give us a few words on his perspective and the government's perspective on the future of agriculture in Ireland. Also, I'm glad to see former TD, Pat Deering, from this area, actually from Carlow, here as well. So welcome, Pat. Martin, the floor is yours.
Very good. MEPs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour for me to be here in the Dolman this morning to address this important EPP conference on a vision for agriculture in Europe. And at times I think we have a habit of talking about Europe as somewhere over there, as Brussels, and to see the EPP come here for this conference and join us in our deliberations and to listen, as Siegfried has said, as well as to talk and have this debate, shows and reminds us all that we are Europe. We are the very heart of Europe, and Europe is all around us here. And I just want to start with a reflection. About 200 years ago, on the cusp of the 18th century, an English economist predicted that the world's population would outgrow its food supply. The result would be disease, war, famine, and calamity. But what Thomas Malthus failed to account for was advancements in agricultural productivity. Farming kept pace. Farmers adapted. They changed, they innovated, and kept growing populations fed. The cost of failing to do so is very, very high. So in Ireland, we know this all too well, the spectra of famine. We are among a handful of countries in the world with a population smaller today than it was back in the 18th century. The story of our agricultural sector is one shaped by this history. We have transformed from a farm model based on protectionism and self-sufficiency to one that is innovative and outward-facing. As a result, Ireland has risen to among the most food-secure countries in the world. But progress in ending hunger globally has stalled. The number of people waking up hungry has not fallen since 2015, and in more recent years has been climbing again to reach 735 million people last year. Current estimates are by 2050 we will need to produce 60% more food than we do right now to feed the world population. And every indication is that we will have to do that with less. Less land, less inputs, and less certainty about weather and patterns. These aren't far off realities. Irish farmers are feeling the full brunt of unprecedented weather this spring following a very difficult winter. As a world leader in agricultural production based on some of the highest production standards in the world, the EU is well placed and has responsibility to lead on what is fundamental challenge of our time. The saying is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. At a time when there is so much, where there should be unity behind farmers as the guarantors of food security and the heart of economic and social vibrancy in rural areas, European agriculture has been gripped by a winter of discontent. Too often farmers are left to ask, did anyone ask us what this would look like on the ground before deciding on it? Farmer morale has taken a hammering as a result, and they do not feel valued as they once did. Winning the sector's trust again hinges on delivering a strong cap. Those elected in this year's elections will decide agriculture's share of the next budget at a time of huge pressure to direct funding to other areas. Those elected must listen to farmers who are telling us the current structures are too complex and too difficult to implement. But that doesn't mean rolling back on the progress that has been made in areas like emissions reductions, biodiversity, or water quality. It means working with farmers on these issues in partnership rather than confrontation. A simplified system will deliver more for farmers and wider society. A farmer-focused cap, backed by the necessary budget, is the cornerstone upon which a sector that balances the three legs of the sustainability stool, economic, social, and environmental, is built. We know farmers have the capacity to continue producing food, but with a reduced emissions profile. We know that because farmers are already on that journey. Irish agriculture has turned a trend on emissions. It is now on a downward trajectory. Fertiliser and plant protection product use is falling. There are win-wins here for the environment, for farmers, and for consumers. Over 60% of the measures in Ireland's plan to reduce emissions, the Teagasc curve, are economically and environmentally positive. For those that are not, the state and industry will have a role to play in stepping in to support farmers financially to adopt them. There cannot be arbitrary targets set without providing feasible alternatives for farmers. That is how you lose the dressing room. So if there is to be a Green Deal for farmers, it must be a fair one. That is why I've ramped up our spending in research and innovation in the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine. We are now spending a record amount on climate-related agricultural research. By next year, the total investment will exceed €25 million over a 5-year period since I first took over this portfolio. This investment is not always immediately visible, but it is creating a pipeline of sustainable solutions for the sector. For example, we have had success around low-input pastures from work that started almost 10 years ago. We've made strides around new breeding selection tools for low methane emitting animals, and I expect our ongoing investment in feed additives research for our pasture-based system will bear significant fruit also. In addition to supporting farmers to continue producing much needed food, there remains a significant task in reducing income volatility for the sector. Farm diversification can help remove some of that volatility. So while farmers' primary role remains food production, there's no reason that they can't make money from the roofs of their sheds, those sheds that are for grain or livestock, by being covered in solar panels producing green energy as well. Or that they are leading on energy co-ops in the same way they led on modernising dairy production. Right now, it's difficult to think of these future opportunities. Right now, it's even difficult to open your weather app on your phone, to be honest. Farmers are under immense pressure. I've heard and seen firsthand meeting farmers from all across the country in the different sectors, and I know it from home, on my own farm, and I know it from my neighbours as well. Everyone has been affected. We have acted to assist farmers in every way we can through this really difficult period. At times like this, we see the strength of the sector, and we will continue to engage with farmers to ensure our response leaves no one behind. I want to touch on a point around farm succession though as well, because despite the challenges that exist in agriculture, I do believe it remains a viable career option for our young people. Too often the question of succession and generation renewal is pushed to the back of the queue on farms with a long to-do list of other things to be discussed first. But if we want to secure food production into the future and a new life in rural communities, then we need to attract the next generation of farmers. To do that, the knowledge and experience of the older generation must be harnessed. Our future farmers want to know that there is a vision for the sector. They want to know that there are pathways into the sector. We have to get the incentives right when it comes to facilitating the transfer of family farms and allowing farmers to work together. So in conclusion, the European People's Party, the EPP, has always been a voice for European farmers and rural communities. And Fine Gael has always been a voice for Irish farmers. Ensuring farmers are at the heart of everything we do in the sector has never been more important. That is why we need strong voices who understand Irish agriculture in the European Parliament. 200 years ago, doom was predicted for our food production system. It was averted, not by chance, but by supporting farmers to adopt waves of new technology and modernise agriculture. Just up the road here in County Kildare, where I'm from, is a town called Kilcullen that has a very busy and active cattle mart. And I stood around the ring in that cattle mart as a very young boy in the 1980s with my father, when doom was predicted from many of the other farmers standing talking to us, who predicted no future for agriculture in Ireland. They talked about, and agriculture has travelled a number of other traversed a number of difficult policy areas since then, when more doom was predicted, through Maastricht, through Fischler, more recently through greening. But we still farm today. We are farming differently, no doubt, than we did then. And I've no doubt we'll farm very differently to how we do in the coming decades. But those who predicted that doom in the 1980s, like they did in the doom of 200 years ago, have been proven to be wrong, because we're still here and food production will always be the most important thing we do. So the message is clear. It's clear from farmers. They need to be supported. They need a vision for Europe, and they need a vision for European agriculture that is farmer-led. And that is why the EPP and Fine Gael want to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Hayden, and thank you, Siegfried, and indeed Sean, for, if you like, setting the context for this morning. I think if you look at the last couple of years, it really, in many ways, it's been challenging. I suppose the last couple of months have been challenging with the weather in this country, but the storms that have brewed in terms of stability across the world in the last 12 or 18 months, last 2 years, have put in context, if you like, the importance of food production, the importance of food security, and indeed the conflicts that have come in terms of, if you like, Siegfried mentioned it, the debate between food production and the environment, and how it became so polarised in the last couple of years. You have to understand, in the European Parliament for the last 2 or 3 years, we've looked at endless raft upon raft of proposals and legislation who aimed to set the environment against agriculture. And the only people that stood strong against that were the EPP, in fairness. At so many ways, on so many issues, like everything from an industrial emissions directive to pesticides directive to animal transport to nature restoration to all the various issues that are out there. When it came to it, the EPP were the ones that stood up, looked to get flexibilities or looked to get the debate changed. When you do consider the scenario as regards, for instance, the industrial emissions directive, many will be critical here of what has happened, I suppose, in the last couple of years. But you take the industrial emission directive, you take, let's say, a dairy farm in this country. If we had an industrial emissions directive that required you to have an EPA licence, and on foot of that you had to comply with that licence, the cost of that to a dairy farm would be extremely significant. Similarly, it applies with the pesticides directive. EPP have stood strong and ensured that these issues, if you like, were dealt with. I think when you listen back to what Siegfried said, he mentioned the fact that we did stand alone on it. And we were the ones that stood up. We did look for the changes, and most importantly, we, if you like, collected those issues together, pointed out that they weren't what farmers wanted, and pointed out that we needed a different way to do it. And that's what started that strategic dialogue. The President of the Commission is of EPP background, and it wasn't lost on her the pressure that was put on by the EPP. We've got that dialogue now, and now we're at a turn in the road. We've got the changes in terms of some of the legislation. Admittedly, some will accept that it's not everything that people wanted, and I know there's people in this room that it took issue with me this morning around nature restoration, for instance. I voted against nature restoration at committee level in the European Parliament. We got significant changes in it. We got it from a mandatory system to an action-based system that, if you like, endeavours to. We got a situation where people had to re-wet their land, to a situation where most of that re-wetting will be done on state land, and a commitment that if it was done on private lands, it would be incentive-based only, that there would be no mandatory forcing people to do it. Similarly, personally got emails from Mario Sescovic, the Executive Vice President, in relation to hill farming and allowing sheep to be grazed on hills. These are what the EPP have done over the last number of years. We've fought these battles, and we've moved the dial to a situation where we are constantly facing an ideological approach that set agriculture against the environment. We've now got the conversation started where we're looking at, if you like, the title of this, EPP Vision for Farmer-Led Sustainable Agriculture and Farm Diversification. It's where farming and the environment go hand in hand. And the only way farming and the environment will go hand in hand if you put the farmer at the centre of the agenda. And that's the one thing that the EPP are doing in the last couple of years, or particularly in the last 18 months. And I would say that's why we're here today, and that's why we're having this conversation, because we are at a crossroads. There's an election coming up. As soon as the election is over, this, as we said, the dialogue, the strategic dialogue will start. The conversation about the next CAP will start. So there's so much coming down the tracks that will be, it's time for that change, and it's time to ensure that the voices and the principles that the EPP represent, in other words, putting the farmers at the heart of that conversation is where we start from. So to start, I suppose what we want to do is take 4 experts we have here today to talk about this. And I think I'll start perhaps, I'll give each speaker a couple of minutes to maybe introduce their own perspective, and then we'll go to a few questions from the floor. I'm conscious we don't have that much time, so we'll try and keep it tight. I'm going to start with Andy Doyle, because Andy, you come from, if you like, you're the tillage expert in the Farmers Journal for 30 or 40 years, and I've had a couple of conversations with you in recent times when you pointed out that there are actions that can be done by a farmer on a farm that make a real difference to his farm, and much more practical implemented ones the farmers would buy into. Just take us through some of that and explain what could be in the cap, or what could be done for at farm level in relation to, let's say, farmers owning that change in the agenda, owning that, if like, cooperation between the environment and agriculture.
Thank you very much, Chair, and distinguished guests, MEPs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here wearing a tillage hat, and for anybody who doesn't know that, it's basically, I've been involved in crop production all my life. The bulk of those will be annual crops, and they're very much important within Europe, and they're very important globally. And no matter, 80% of the world's food is coming from plants. It was said at the very beginning that I was a journalist all my life. I never would put my hand up as a journalist. I was a technical writer who was trying to take messages and deliver them in a usable way to farmers, in a usable and sensible way. I retired a year ago, which coincided with the introduction of the current CAP. And for the first time in my life, which is after 33 years in it, I found myself unable to cope with all of the myriad of schemes and regulations that were there. And I just said to myself, it's actually good, it's a good time to be getting out. I had never wanted to abandon for that reason, but it certainly prompted a decision. Of course, you also make way for the youth, and you make way for those that are technically more competent. If you can't recognise that at a certain point of your life, we go nowhere. So go back to tillage. As I say, I represent the tillage sector. It's small in Ireland. It's big in Europe, and a lot of European legislation, particularly relating to the CAP, has been orchestrated around trying to make sure that tillage doesn't use more land in Europe, and that the permanent pastures that are responsible for ecosystems remained in situ. In Ireland, we are in exactly the opposite scenario, and we've seen very significant loss of land from crop production over the years. If I went back far enough, the famine times, we had 1 million hectares in tillage. Today we have 250,000, producing roughly the same amount, and that corresponds with what the Minister had said. Technology has enabled people to be more productive on the lands that we have, but specialisation has also brought other negative things to it. I think I need to say at this stage that as a tillage farmer, as a representative of farmers, I am not against policy, I'm not against regulation. Sometimes we need them, and I have to quickly say that I've seen many things been brought into Europe that impinged on farming in recent years that were fundamentally good. Yes, they were negatively disposed of immediately to farmers, but farmers have subsequently come to embrace them. The problem is that while farmers embrace them, the technicality of the regulations are still there. And in a year like we're having, when we can't plant because of wet and everything else, those pressures have forced farmers to make bad decisions so that they could ultimately comply with a regulation, so they could have tree crops or whatever it was that they were doing. So I think a regulation can be used to bring about change, but once the change is accepted at farm level, I think from there it should be something, or seen as something, that has been done. Take away that worry. Let people do as they want to do. If I look back at other things, and again, a number of people made reference to the proposals that were there for the sustainable use regulation and the farm to fork objectives, etc. As a person, I'm not fundamentally against that as an objective. Absolutely not. As I listen to so much of the publicity that goes around pesticides, and pesticides are all chemically applied products, whether they're sprays or physicals, or it doesn't really matter. As I listen to it, I listen to, and do people think they're for free or something like that, that we just put them on for the fun? They're expensive inputs that are there to protect the livelihoods of people operating on the ground, because we're being forced to compete in the European market with products that are being imported, which have the advantage of having access to a lot of cheaper technologies, or technologies that decrease the cost of production. We've had to do these things in time to survive. As I say, I would not be absolutely fundamentally against the sustainable use regulation and its proposals, but it absolutely is a source of annoyance to everybody in the industry that such a proposal would be put in place to effectively challenge the livelihoods of growers while there are no alternative technologies yet available. We hope they will be available, and again, previous speakers mentioned things like new breeding techniques, gene editing, and lots of other things. I mean, in Irish agriculture, in fairness to recent governments, we've seen quite a number of things that have helped tillage to ultimately decrease its environmental footprint. A footprint which is low compared with other sectors. But that's not something, in a sense, that we need to crow about, because we can always do a bit more. We know we can do a bit more. And amongst the things that, you know, we are glad to be availing of, we had a protein scheme introduced a number of years ago. And it involved a payment to get people to do it, but it has enhanced the general rotation on many farms. Teagasc, our research organisation, last year or the year before suggested that people who use 20% proteins, which produce their own nitrogen on a farm in a rotation, decrease their overall nitrogen requirement by 36%. That matters for the overall climate change. We don't just decrease it on those acres, we remove it on those acres and decrease it on other acres. And as a person that's still very much in the industry, I am really excited by some of the new technologies that are coming to us from the multinational companies that are often demonized. These are technologies which basically spray bacteria onto leaves of plants. They use nitrogen from the air to make the nitrogen for the plant in the leaf, not in the ground, not in the nodule. So the nitrogen is within the plant system. And because it's within the plant system, it's not left in the ground at the end of the season for subsequent risk of leaching. And that to me is important, because the comment is made that light soils used for crop production are prone to nitrogen loss. That is 100% correct. I have no idea really how much that is, but we do have some leakage. But I also know that if we can make our soil health better, then we can decrease that leakage just to begin with. And I might add that one of those products, and we're all very conscious of emissions, be it carbon dioxide, be it nitrous oxide, be it ammonia, methane, etc. One of those products actually uses nitrous oxide as its raw material to make the nitrogen for the plant growth. So that means that it's removing a gas that is 280 times more damaging than methane for the production of a crop. And it also, of course, means we spend less money buying the nitrogen to begin with, less is imported, etc. So all of those things are things that we're more than willing to do, Colin. There's more, of course.
I think, to be fair, two things you said in particular. We need flexibility in the regulations to take account of situations like this here. And the second one, like the Minister had mentioned already, the technologies that are out there, that if we can embrace the technologies and at farm level embrace the technologies, that's where you'll find that the solutions, as much as bringing strict regulations in at the top. And I think they're two things very important. Just to move on to poultry, because bringing the tech point into play, I suppose. Padraig Hennessy, who is president or chair of AgTech Ireland, and NutriTech is his own company, which is a very progressive company that, if you like, provides minerals and vitamins to livestock through the water system, which is very innovative and won countless awards for. So, Padraig, in relation to tech, and we talk about how we'll find the solutions to be sustainability and to competitive sustainability into the future. How's tech going to play a part in that?
I was saying, and a lot of my colleagues laugh at me because I keep saying it over and over again, is farmers can't work harder, they have to work smarter. I mean, farmers are tapped out. So it's going to be about the use of technologies that farmers will be able to be sustainable, and that's not just environmental, it's economic and social as well. Farming has to be attractive for the next generation to come through, and a big part of that is ensuring that they're not going to be working 80 hours a week. You know, that's not acceptable anymore in our society. So they need to be able to avail of technologies that can actually make life a bit easier on the farm, but and as importantly as anything then, having technologies that mean they can get more with less, which is going to be essential, you know, from an environmental side. I was one of the founding members of AgTech Ireland, And that's an industry organisation we set up to advance, promote, enhance and advocate for AgTech in Ireland. Really what it was a coming together of AgTech companies in the country, both from large multinationals, which Andy, as you mentioned, they're essential in some of the research that they do, because smaller companies can't put millions and millions into some of this research. The likes of MSD, Alltech, Tyrlawn, to mid-sized companies like ourselves or Pearson Milking or Herdwatch, to smaller startups. So it's a coming together, I suppose, of minds where we can bring stakeholders together, because I think currently in the ecosystem, stakeholders have slightly different agendas. We're all talking about environmental, we're all talking about things need to change, but everyone's kind of rowing their own boat. And I believe that we all need to come together kind of in a bit more cohesive way, especially with the narrative around farming. I mean, farmers are getting castigated out there at the moment. We need to show the consumers what farming is, where their food comes from, how sustainable they are now, and the journey they're on to becoming more sustainable. And it's a message that isn't quite getting out there at the moment. We really need to come together as an industry, I feel, to do that, and it's part of AgTech Ireland's remit, is to engage with all stakeholders, everyone from Chagas to DAFM to research, trying to get that bit of cohesion out there, and recognizing we're all part of this ecosystem, and we really need to row in the same direction, because I just don't think it's there at the moment.
I think that's what it boils down to. If everybody can come together, recognize, but in fairness, in relation to tech, and I'll come to the two farm organisations in a second. One of the things that I would say on my own farm is the use of apps, in terms of one thing we need to do in agriculture is prove our sustainability. Mm-hmm. And we can use technology to verify what we do and prove to the world that we are actually more sustainable than they're giving us credit for. And there are many of the groups that you're working with are very much in that space.
Everyone is working on it at the moment, because that's the big problem to solve. And a big problem to solve means an economic opportunity for businesses as well, because that has to be there. If it's everything from I suppose precision inputs on the agronomy side to, say, methane additives on the dairy and beef side, everyone is working on these solutions, and I think from a European perspective, it's going to be really important when solutions come to the fore that they can be assessed and
embraced.
Embraced quickly by the EU, that it's allowed on farms, and farmers get credit for using those. We're 6 short or 5.5 years away now from legally mandated environmental targets. We're quite far away from being able to hit those at the moment. There's technologies, everyone keeps talking about technologies going down the road, but we need to have those verified and allowable on farm really, really quickly in order to hit these targets. And that's something that's going to need to happen very quickly from an EU, at an EU level.
And I think one thing we have to be conscious of, it's one thing to set targets in terms of time frames, but it may take time, and sometimes people may need a little more time, I think, is one thing in terms of getting to these targets.
And in general, from a technology rollout in the agricultural sector, it's slower than other sectors. It's a farm by farm process, and most agtech companies will say that their cost of getting their technology on farm is actually quite expensive and slow, and it's that's hampering innovation at the moment. And I suppose there's going to need to be policy decisions around that, probably expanding the likes of TAMS in order to allow better technology adoption on farm. Yeah.
Just to go to the two farm organisations there, but the other thing to bear in mind as well is the ability to use that technology to reduce the bureaucracy. I see the apps I use on my farm, they use them to all the tracking of animals and accountability of my animals, traceability, that's all done through apps and makes it very straightforward.
And there's an education piece around that too, with the average age of farmers out there at 58, I think it is. There's an education piece that really needs to happen there.
Absolutely. But in fairness, there's plenty of them a lot older than me are using them quite effectively. Can I come to the two farming organisations? Because I suppose that is one side of where we can get there and how we can put our best foot forward. But you very much meet the challenges that you face in relation to that, and the frustration you get on the ground with farmers. I'll come to you, Alice, first. You're newly in as Vice President of IFA, and I suppose you see it on the ground. Times aren't simple at the minute, and Over to you.
I'm just going to address a number of points, Mr. Chairman, insofar as I'm going to look at this from three different angles, because I think we need to look at the past, what we might have learned from the past, the mistakes we're making at the moment, and maybe the progress we can make going into the future, and some of the solutions. And I know when we were asked to come here today, we were asked to look at some solutions. And in the opening statement, when MEP Kelly was speaking, he mentioned about, all the problems that we have in farming and looking for solutions to that. We as farmers are well aware of what the problems are, and you listed them for us. And you asked for ideas for policy that will ensure the sector continues to thrive and be attractive to future generations. And in dealing with this title, I'm very aware that the EP are hoping to use these ideas in the influence of the European policy going forward. So I assure you that our contribution will be practical, not based on ideology, which has been a problem of the past. And we will address the key words in the statement that you sent out and to talk about this today, and that was farmer-led, productive, and sustainable. They are the three key words. As Europe emerged from World War II back in 1957, and I'm not going to give you a history lesson, but just to bring this to your mind, the key aspiration there of the forefathers was how to achieve a dual objective of supporting the European farmers as well as European food production. And agreed as part of the Treaty of Rome in 1957, the Common Agricultural Policy, or CAP as it is known now today, Article 39 outlined the objectives of CAP. And these objectives were very much focused on both food security and farm income. Those are the two key things that our ancestors focused on. And the article outlined a core objective of CAP was to ensure a fair standard of living for the agricultural population, which we seem to have forgotten, to ensure that there would be an increasing individual earnings for farmers and all those engaged in agriculture. It also stated that with regard to agricultural policy, due account should be given to gradual change. Another thing that has been totally forgotten, we are expecting change overnight. Gradual change is very important. CAP in its early stages was very much focused on both food security and income. But today, that has changed. Today farmers are expected to produce cheap food with less support as the CAP budget is moved towards supporting environmental change rather than food production. It is regrettable that our policymakers of today do not share the foresight of their predecessors, as the current CAP does not take account of these aspirations. We will well have gone some way to achieve the Green Deal objectives, but doing so without considering the associated economic implications, imposing permanent, irreparable financial and social cost on Irish and European agriculture. Irish and European farmers expected an emphasis on agricultural sustainability in CAP, in the current CAP. But instead, we have a CAP policy that is where environmental sustainability is considered almost as its sole focus. Very little, if any, consideration has been given to the other two legs of the stool that were mentioned earlier, of social and economic sustainability. For any business, and I'd like to just take this into mind, and particularly our MEPs and our own local politicians as well. For any business or economy to be truly sustainable, it also needs to address social and economic sustainability, along with environmental sustainability. The most environmentally sustainable business cannot survive in the medium term if it is not profitable. And in the real world, businesses who decide to fundamentally change their business model will only do so after detailed analysis, ensuring their new proposed model is profitable and economically sustainable. Please take note of the last two. Any well-run business also knows that only businesses that can prosper financially will thrive beyond the current generation. Otherwise, the business will cease to exist. And we talk and we pay lip service to young farmers coming in. And I heard one of the MPs saying this morning, 20 extra million gone into young farmers coming into agriculture. That's lip service, unless we make sure that we have economic sustainability for our young farmers coming in. The current policy makers have given little or no consideration to the future sustainable economic of this Irish and European farmers. We're now 14 months into the new CAP. Our policymakers would appear to have come to some realisation at last that serious mistakes have been made and the current agriculture policy is not working, as can be seen with the recent CAP simplification measures proposal. However, the serious reduction of CAP payments to farmers to produce food, over-regulation, and the complete absence of farmer-led policy has given rise to a situation where food security is seriously under threat. On a positive note, it is encouraging to note that the draft EU strategic agenda for the next European cycle does point to a change in the direction of food production with the view, how it will be viewed in the EU. Strategic agenda specifically aims to, and I quote from Ursula von der Leyen, to ensure our food security through a vibrant agricultural sector. A welcome but belated recognition of the importance of EU food security. To come to a conclusion, and finally, what is our vision? This is what we ask of you, our MEPs. And I also note that we have a Minister for Agriculture here present with us, and I would ask that this also go back to our department, because our department will be the ones who will be implementing the regulation coming from Europe. And I ask that that regulation, when it is come back from Europe, that it be implemented with some consideration for the title that we had here today, that it be farmer-led and that it be farmer-friendly in its implementation. What are we looking for? CAP funding must be increased and used to support farmers, food production and food security. A separate EU environmental fund in addition to the CAP must be created to support environmental actions on farms. This must include support for farmers with designated lands and any actions that may arise in the EU nature restoration law if it's passed. The EU Parliament must focus on reducing poorly thought out regulation, including CAP conditionality. There must be proper engagement with farmers to ensure that policy is fair and implementable at farm level. Farmer-led, productive, sustainable agriculture offers a holistic and transformative approach to addressing the interconnected challenges of food security, environmental sustainability, and rural development. Irish MPs who are members of the EP must be part of a national and international effort to retain the current nitrates derogation. One EU size does not fit all. And finally, you'll be glad to know, sustainable agriculture has never been more important, and at the forefront of this movement are farmers themselves, innovators and stewards of the land who hold the key to transitioning towards productive, sustainable agricultural practices. Farmer-led approaches prioritise the empowerment of agricultural communities, fostering resilience and ensuring food security for generations to come. With a new and better thought-out approach, we can build resilient food systems that nourish both people and planet. And as we confront the uncertainties of the 21st century, farmer-led agriculture stands as a beacon of hope, guiding us towards a most just, equitable and sustainable future. Our future is in your hands, MEPs. Please do not ignore the aspirations of the founding fathers. Make them a reality. Food security, farm incomes, make changes gradually. That's what we ask of you.
Thank you very much, Alice. And can I just say, Siegfried said at the start to be careful who you put in the European Parliament. Practically everything you've said there comes off the playlist of the EPP agenda. Food security, the 3 pillars of sustainability. As Sean mentioned, a specific fund for environmental, farmer-led, every one of them. The challenge we've had over the last number of years in relation to it, and be straight, is that we find ourselves constantly under pressure to be able to get the rest of the Parliament to come to where we want it. So it's very important that people that are put into the European Parliament understand those principles and push for them, because that's what the EPP have done from start to finish. That's what the EPP are famous for. That's why the EPP have gone for, and I don't wish to be selling a message about the group, but it is why we've gone around Europe, because it's why it's so important. I don't want to come back because I want to let Dennis in. We want to let the floor.
By just saying, being a woman, I have to get the last word, and just say that we know that you hear all our what we ask. Please now heed us.
Absolutely, and that's what we're trying to do, and that's why we're here, going around Europe to try and get that message out, to bring that back, to get the numbers so we can. Dennis.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman, and great to be here. Look, I suppose, let's start, with the issues. We have a family farming model in Ireland and probably across Europe that's under serious threat, and we have a lot of people who do actually produce nothing, trying to regulate people who produce the most important thing in all our lives, as in food, and want to regulate us out of existence. We have NGOs and environmental groups that we know in Ireland here we have probably the most sustainable system of producing beef, dairy, lamb and cereals in the world, and yet we have NGOs and environmental groups who want us gone. And that's the reality. Like they really want livestock farming to end in the country, yet nobody wants to deal with the issue of carbon leakage. Like we've 8 billion people in the world to feed, and I think we need to start having a mature discussion that where are the best places in the world to produce that food, to feed those people, and we're strongly, rapidly heading for 10 billion people to feed. So we really need to start having a mature debate about, where are the best parts of the world to produce the best quality food sustainably. Like, we don't try to grow bananas in Ireland for an obvious reason. We grow grass. We turn that grass into meat and dairy. We grow cereals, and because our climate and our position in the world suits it. So I think we have decisions to be made. We either want cheap food or we want sustainable food, and I don't think they're compatible. And I think somebody really, maybe it's time for politicians to stand up and say that, okay, everybody wants more sustainable food and more environmentally friendly food, but it comes at a cost. And that cost can't be borne by everybody from the fridge in the supermarket back. It has to be on both sides, and it has to be equitable. And the people who get up in the morning and go do their work, whether it be out plowing their fields or milking their cows or looking after their sheep or whatever, they have to be economically sustainable, and the community that they live in is going to thrive. It has to be socially sustainable as well, and we're back to the three legs of the stool. But we've gone from CAP. Alice has given us, the foundation of where CAP came from. But an awful lot of people don't actually realise. They don't even know CAP is a common agricultural policy. They don't realise that it was set up after the Second World War because Europe wasn't secure in its own food. But now it's gone. Everybody has this thing in their head. Well, CAP funding is public money for public good. It's gone away from being a food security policy to being public good, and it's now gone into an environmental policy. But in the meantime, the market is not returning for the people who produce the most important element in their lives, which is food. So we really need to have that mature conversation, and the CAP budget is after being spread too thinly. It's gone from west to east. It's gone from the most productive areas in Europe to some of the least productive areas in Europe, and the emphasis on the production of food and supporting the production of food and supporting the people who produce that food is gone out of CAP. At the same time, the market is not returning. Now, if you look at what's happened across Europe all this spring, and it's really, there's been a couple of straws that have broke the camel's back. Trade policies are a huge part of that. And I mean, the anger and frustration that's out there amongst farmers in Ireland and across Europe, a lot of that is coming from the trade policies or the the possibility of trade policies. So the standard of producing food in Europe is getting higher and higher and higher. The price is not matching it, but farmers are responding to that, and as both Andy and Pádraig have said, using every possible technology that's out there to do the absolute utmost they can to produce that food in the most environmentally friendly way. But then when we put that onto the marketplace, we're told, sorry, this is a world market. We can bring it in from X, Y, or Z, and that's what you have to compete with. So we're not on a level playing field here producing food, and I think the powers that be, and you're part of the powers that be to make those decisions, need to have that mature decision about cheap food, sustainable food. What are the priorities of CAP, but on a world level? I mean, global emissions are global emissions. They're not Irish emissions. They're not European emissions. So we need to look at where can we produce food to feed 8 billion, heading for 10 billion in the next probably 30 years. Where can we do that most sustainably? but we can't have a system that we have a two-tiered system, that we produce food in Europe to a certain standard and then we compete on the world market. So, you know, regulations haven't worked. We need to start looking at what are the incentives that we can put in place for incentive-based systems. But I mean, look, I don't want to be all negative. There's huge opportunities at farm level, and I don't want to finish on a negative note. There's huge opportunities at farm level, and farmers are certainly willing to embrace those opportunities, whether that be forestry for sequestration, for solar, either solar farms or put them on the roof for buildings. There's wind energy, there's biomethane, there's rewetting. But the problem is, we're in a very imbalanced system, that the farmer is debited for everything that he or she does wrong. So my cow goes out and eats grass this morning in the field, which has sequestered a huge amount, tons and tons of carbon dioxide. But I get no credit for that. But the cow emits methane, that's down against me. Now, on the other side of that, if I put forestry on my land, I don't get credit for it. If I put solar panels on my sheds, I don't get credit for it. If I go digestion route and produce biomethane, I don't get credit for it. If I re-wet, I don't get credit. So it's real, everything I do wrong is against me. All the things I do right, I get no credit for it. So I think, you know, a balanced playing field where I can do debit and credit, and I can get credit for the things that I do
A whole
right.
farm balance sheet, basically.
Absolutely, yeah. It would certainly be helpful.
Just to finish on it then, I think the carbon leakage point is very important. It's if we produce food at a lower carbon footprint, but it's not recognised, and then that food is exported and consumed somewhere else, if it was oil, it's used at the point of consumption. If it's food, it's measured at the point of production.
Yeah, it suits the fossil fuel
and
industry.
that has to be looked at. The whole farm balance sheet in terms of carbon, and we can't allow for imports to be coming in at a lower standard, undermining. But in fairness, to Siegfried said earlier, we've pushed against Mercosur for that very point. It's a standards point that we use in that situation to make sure that Mercosur hasn't come in and continues not to come in.
Yeah, but it's not here, but it's not off the table.
No, but we
and
are
it's not just Mercosur, like,
yeah,
but
it's the
food
principle.
coming in
It's
from
the same,
all over the place. Like.
It's the same principle, and I think that's the key point. Look, we want to go to the floor because we are very conscious. We've only a short amount of time, so I don't know if there's a Roman mic is there, or are we going to right? We'll take 3 questions. Now, lads, before you start, we've only about 15 minutes, and we have to get responses. So I don't want any big statements. I just want questions.
Well, I accept we have only a short time, but I am going to make a statement, and I am a small farmer. Tom Byrne is my name. I'm Wicklow County Chair, Executive IFA, a small beef farmer in the foothills of Wicklow. And I'm not reading from notes here. I have to digest.
Yeah, but can I ask?
No. Look at you asked us here to give us our opinion and hear from the floor. Please listen, okay? I've had to listen here to some of the manure and digest it and try regurgitate it to tell you people. And Siegfried has said that the EPP is the largest group in Europe and has led a lot of the policies right across Europe. I want to ask Siegfried, do you think young farmers are stupid? What has got us here? Isn't it the policies of the EU that has us in this mess? We produced food in vast amounts of it, cheaply, so the economy of Europe could be growing on that cheap food. Now we're told we're environmental vandalists, and you want to crucify us and take us out of production. And do you honestly think that the young people are stupid and are going to come into agriculture in the state that it is in at the minute, where we are being peeried by everyone for our production? And I give the EPP one thing. They did vote against the nature restoration law, or some of them. Sean Kelly's roots are in rural Ireland, and yet he's seen fit to absolutely throw them to the dogs. He voted against the nature restoration law. He voted against the nature restoration law, and he put rural Ireland in a very bad place. He put Ireland in a very bad place.
I think
he put Ireland in a very bad place because also Ireland has lost out on the potential of commissioners. They have lost out on major jobs in Dublin because of the Irish-led delegation in the EPP. And he told me one night in another public meeting that there wasn't a whip in the EPP. There is a whip in the EPP, but they chose to ignore it. All the word was lily-livered Lankies to Eamon Ryan and the Green Party, and he sold out rural Ireland. And unless you people stand up and wake up to what's going on, and the French and German farmers, the French and German farmers, the French and German farmers have absolutely made it clear that they've had enough from the EU. I don't condone, but I fully understand why the British farmers and the British public left the EU.
Please,
Now,
I want to get, but we have to move on.
Okay.
I appreciate your points, in fairness. I'm not taking from them. I appreciate the points.
Hello, everybody. Someone said, I think it was our REFA person said, farmer-led and farmer-friendly. I'm a farmer from Laois, only up the road, farming for approximately 50 years. Now, it's been good to me in that time. Now, but it seems to me at the minute that the political system, departments and officials have become more and more out of touch with small business, farmers, and the rest of us, with rising costs, over-regulation, some of it quite burdensome. I'm going to give you a small example of something that happened to me this week. I got a letter from the Department of Agriculture.
Can we?
No, that'll be quite short. No, you asked me to.
No, 1 second, guys. I want to be straight with you. We can have a conversation and we can discuss all these points. But if we'll be here till lunchtime, and I would say we'd be better to do this when we've got through the question and answer. When we go for the coffee, we can talk through all these at this stage. I'll be fair with you. We can talk about nature restoration. We can talk about the different issues. But if you can just questions for the panel, and we can have that conversation if possible.
Well, Colin, sorry, you asked for the viewpoint of people. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, 2 minutes fine.
I got a letter, review of Nitrates Action Programme, 24, not 25 or 6 or 7, to apply for this year. If it adopted, it'll reduce my chemical nitrogen from 235 kilos to 90. Now, some of us may understand that, but I'll just give a quick explanation. At the beginning of the year, I employed a local company to calculate a nutrient management plan, like I'm supposed to do. Then on foot of that, I purchased my fertilizers and entered a contract to grow grass for a number of local dairy farmers. I thought that was good business. But no. I have a useless nutrient management plan, expensive fertilizer that I cannot use or cannot sell due to a depth of regulation. I have grass contracts that I cannot fill. So it leaves me in no man's land. My options are to break the Department of Culture regulations and suffer the consequences, the risk of being sued by dairy farmers for non-supply of good, or else forget to apply for a cap and sell me entitlements and see where I go, you know? I'm not alone in this. According to a recent report delivered to the European Commission by an expert group and a report by Investigate Europe, an excellent group of journalists, people in rural areas are increasingly vote for more right-wing politicians because they feel disenfranchised and left behind. And in my own case, it probably means after 50 years, I may stop farming. This is the disconnect, Colin, this is the disconnect between farmers on the ground and departments, DEP, and everybody else involved.
Appreciate your point fully. That's why we look for the constructive dialogue. That's why we're trying to change things. That's why we've pushed against so many of the regulations. There's not many doing it. The EPP are doing it. And in fairness to the party, and I'm not. I think we get into a situation where we get this debate of talking people out of agriculture. We're aware of the issues. We are trying to deal with them, and we're trying to bring those back. And what we need is the strong mandate to do it. I'll hand it over to you. And just,
I'll ask you a question. Right? The question I have to ask would be for Alice and for Dennis. But there's a small bit of a preface to it. By the way, my name is John Horrigan from County Limerick. I'm a dairy farmer, and I'm a member of a group called the Carbon Removals Action Group. Now, the preface to it is I think the biggest threat to sustainability in Irish agriculture is the fact that Irish government policy is rooted in Green Party ideology. It's not based on science, data, or logic, or any of those things. And the biggest stick that the Greens have us to beat us with is the fact that cows produce methane, And the biggest stone in their beads is that every ton of methane goes up into the sky and causes global warming. If that was true over the 40 million years that ruminants have been on the planet, they'd have the planet well fried by now. That's not how it works. And we brought Professor Miles Allen to the Oireachtas Committee hearing. You brought him to Europe. He does understand the science, and the science states that methane from ruminants only causes warming if it is additional. If it is neutral, there is zero warming. And the fact of the matter is that since 1988, when livestock globally was 1.1 billion, it has now dropped to 960 million. So therefore, there is a continuous drop in methane from ruminants globally. What that means is that since 1988, over that last 25 years, the global cattle population has contributed zero to global warming. Zero. Now, 72% of my carbon footprint is made up of methane from my cows. So 72% of my carbon footprint is a lie. It's a fairy tale. So I want to ask Alice and Dennis, how many farmers, and I can ask you as well, but how many farmers do you meet that actually believe the fairy tale that methane from their cows is causing global warming? Thank you. That's the question.
I don't. To be honest, I just think we'll deal with that, and then we'll go back. If we can stick to questions for the second round, if you don't mind. And look, we'll go to the back of the room this time. I don't just. Yeah. Come here. Firstly, in relation to the methane debate, Dennis or Alice, do you want to comment on it?
I can give a very one-worded answer. Yeah. You asked me, how many people have I ever... How many farmers have I ever met that believe that theory? And I would say none.
Dennis?
What I would say to Colin is that farmers are wising up to what's going on. And this is where I think the problem is, and I said it in the piece earlier on, it's a complete debit system against farmers. There's no credit. I mean, if you take the cycle of a cow eating grass, cow eats about 4.5 tons of grass every year. Every ton of grass sequesters about 3.6 tons of carbon dioxide. So my cow at home today, as she's eating grass throughout the year, the grass she's eating is sequestering about 16 tons of carbon dioxide. I get zero credit for that. She respires about 5 tons of carbon dioxide. That's not counted against me. The methane is though 0.9 of a ton, and it's way overestimated the damage it does. We need to get into a system. It's a circular system with farming, and I had this row with Charles Monbeau, or whatever you call him the other day on the radio. He's comparing cattle production to fossil fuels. Like the carbon that comes from a cow or from a bullock is carbon that's been recycled through grass, but into the cow, into the atmosphere, back into grass. Fossil fuels is dug out of the ground, burnt, and releases fresh carbon to the atmosphere. But we can't get credit, and this is the problem. Whatever we do as farmers, we just cannot get credit for the positive things that we do.
But can I just come back, not myself, and I'll let Paul again then for a second.
Sorry, Colin, just on that other farmer's problem, that he's growing grass for local farmers, if you declare that you're selling hay and silage and fodder, your nitrogen allowance will be increased. We made that point at Agricultural Water Quality Working Group. There is a way around it, because we made that point. We said there's a huge number of lowly stocked farmers in the country that are selling a huge amount of fodder to other farmers. That's hugely important. If you declare that you're selling fodder, your nitrogen allowances can be amended.
Just in relation to the GWP star debate, we call it, the methane debate. The reality is, as you well know, I was responsible for bringing Miles Allen to the European Parliament. The EPP, the group as a whole, are in favour of that position, right? Well, I won't quote them. I'll take that from my own perspective. But it's the group like the EPP are in the farmer's corner when it comes to this situation. And this is this very debate we're having here today. Do we want people who don't understand to represent? Do we want radicals to represent who won't get consensus within the Parliament? Or do we want a mainstream voice to represent? And that's because Siegfried was to make a comment on it.
I can tell you that European policies for farmers would definitely be tougher for farmers without the EPP. We're not deciding alone, but we are in the lead. And the truth is, in these last 5 years in the European Parliament, we were the largest force. But the political forces left of the center, the Socialists, the Greens, and the Liberal group of President Macron established targets which were unsustainable for the industry and for agriculture. Let me tell you one example. We said we're committed to reducing CO2 emissions by 40% before 2030. They said they want minus 55. We said that's too much. We said we want to know an impact. We want to know how much it costs, how much it affects industry and farmers, and how we're going to support industry and farmers. They said we don't care. European industry should adapt or it should die. We said that's not an option for us. We're always going to support industry and farmers. And this is how the debate went on for the last 5 years. Hadn't the EPP been there, the result would have been much worse, firstly. Secondly, the stronger the EPP will be in the next 5 years, the more we will be able to influence the majority, the more we will be able to defend farmers. And my last point on Brexit. I have not met a single British farmer or a single British entrepreneur saying that leaving the European Union was the right thing for Great Britain. That was a fundamental mistake. The European Union was in full solidarity with Ireland throughout the Brexit negotiations, and that turned out to be good for Europe, and it turned out to be good for Ireland. One concrete example of what we did together in defending farmers just in the last year is pesticides. Colleagues rightly mentioned it here. The proposal put forward by the Greens would have affected farmers. We watered it down up to the point that the Commission said we're completely withdrawing it. It's completely off the table due to the fight of the EPP for farmers here. I believe that everything what was achieved with the support of Fine Gael colleagues from Ireland and with the support of EPP at European level. And we're going to continue this. The stronger you make us, the more we can achieve. The weaker we are, the more against us the Greens and the left ideology will impose. That's the truth. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can we, if we can just a little bit of organisation. No, you're grand, you're absolutely grand, because I think the message, we need to deal with the methane debate. That's what we're here about. We're here to listen, and that's the point. Just at the back of the room.
I'm just going to jump in very quickly there, Colin. On the science around the methane debate, there is probably somewhere between 20...
Sorry, please.
Probably between somewhere between 20 to 30 companies worldwide on late-stage methane abatement products. So there will be some solutions there coming. Now, I would be a big advocate that all that cost can't go onto the farmer. Some of that cost is going to have to be consumed by the consumer as well. But there will be some solutions coming down along that. From.
Yeah. But I
agree.
Before we get into the big bit. The point is, the one point, along with the solutions, we also have to recognise the short life cycle of methane. And if we recognise the short life cycle of methane, we're going somewhere. I think, in fairness, everyone will accept that point. Yeah, that's to the back of the room.
Thank you, Colin. I'm glad you said that's the second time I've heard you say now that we recognise that biogenic methane should be treated differently. I think you will agree, and I think everybody in the room will agree, that the calculations are wrong, they're false, and farmers have been thrown onto the bus in terms of agriculture, how they calculate agricultural emissions. So I'm asking you a question, and I'm asking Sean Kelly a question, and Maria Walsh and Deputy Hayden and the EPP person is here as well. Are you willing to come out and state publicly that the way our methane emissions in Ireland is being calculated is wrong, and it needs to be addressed immediately by Fine Gael and by the EPP?
Just to be clear, to answer the question, why would I have brought Miles Allen to the European Parliament only to make that very point? So I was very clear in terms of what the agenda was. I've said it a number of times. I've come out at the time we had him in the European Parliament. He was in the Leinster House as well making the same point.
What's your plan? What's the EPP's plan for 1 second, for righting this wrong? What's your plan for righting this wrong?
I'll tell you what our plan is. We're here to listen. Let's take it back and come back to you with a formal position on it. I think that is only reasonable.
So Sean Kelly has no plan, you've no plan, and the EPP have no plan.
No,
and we have to put up with it. We have to keep putting up with it.
No. Sorry. We've brought it forward to the European Parliament. We couldn't, this is the problem. We don't have the majority in the European Parliament to move this through. But I personally do, and I don't know if the Minister wants to speak for himself, but we recognise the fact that biogenic methane has a short life cycle. The calculations don't reflect that. The IPCC have come out rightly and said that they need to address it. We'll be led by the science, by people like the IPCC. They haven't formalised their position on it yet. And in reality, perhaps the fact that we're on 25% agricultural methane or agricultural emissions reductions was partly to reflect the fact that we had to address some of those situations yet. We'll be led by the bigger picture. We're lobbying in terms of the European Parliament, in terms of recognising the fact that methane is a short life cycle. We are at that. I don't know if the Minister wants to comment on it as well.
How dare you say Fine Gael has done nothing? Hang on. No, that's fine. But you can answer this bit. Not one time have I heard a politician or an MEP say in public to the Irish media, yes, agriculture is 38% of Ireland's emissions, but there are problems with that. That figure may not be entirely accurate. You have stood by silently while we've been demonised.
Sorry, I don't know if Martin wants to comment, but I just want to comment first. I most certainly did not stand by silently. That's why I brought Miles Allen to the European Parliament, quite simply. And look, your colleague has admitted that's true. I think in fairness, that is the point. We can have this conversation after. If there's any other questions on other points, there's a hand up here.
Just an example of policy and that things have to go slower. There was lots of support for new forestry and everything like that. And what happened? We all embraced it and we imported ash. And what did we get? Dieback. So things we should have been able to inform our horticultural sector that these policies are coming in and then have our own generic plants and employ our own people. And the same with veal transport, reduce our transport, have our own veal, grow it ourselves and make a new product for Ireland. And I hear hawthorn, there's a disease on the hawthorn now, and it's going to be another disaster.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice, and in what the ash dieback for one, any comments on it from the panel?
Look, I think in any situation, we have a situation in the country at the moment where we have a massive shortage of straw. There's an animal welfare issue coming down the line with animals. There's not going to be straw available. With the tillage sector is in turmoil, and they need all the help that they can get. There's knock-on effects with the likes of the straw incorporation scheme, and we pose huge risks if we were going to, we'll say, pay farmers to plough straw into the ground that's badly needed by other sectors. Now, as I said, I'm fully supportive of the tillage sector, and that money needs to go to the tillage sector. They're starting their second horrendous year. But I think when we look at something that we can produce in the country and inadequate supplies for our own country, we shouldn't end up in a situation that we ended up, we'll say, ploughing straw into the ground and then importing straw and the risks that are associated with importing that straw. So I would agree with this lady like that. We need to make sure we've a phenomenal country for growing what's native to our country and what's suitable for our country, and we need to concentrate on that. And there was a quick book made bringing in ash plants from across Europe that shouldn't have been allowed, and it's the same with any other species. Like, native species are native for a reason, and we need to make sure we think a longer term strategy rather than just a quick book or a short term strategy.
Andy, I don't know if you want to talk on the ploughing in the straw chopping.
Yeah, I think it's kind of important that sometimes to smell the roses. One of the problems that crop production in Europe has, not just Ireland, but particularly in Ireland, that's what I'm going to speak about, is the fact that we've been sending out nutrients for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. One of those nutrients being carbon, and we have very low organic matter levels in our soils, well, relatively low in our tillage soils. And that's one of the drivers that has driven the straw incorporation as a potential measure. But the knock-on consequences are a lot bigger than just carbon, because personally, I've been doing it for years. If we don't feed the soil biology with something, then we don't have soil biology. We don't have that biodiversity. We don't have that natural give from the soil that makes land and farming sustainable. And it's all part of it. That's one measure. Catch crops is another measure. They're all potentially useful. And to me, one of the real reasons why I wanted it and did it for years, it gives me insurance against drying conditions, which is what my farm, the land I was farming, was working with. I need organic matter to be resilient against drought. And after all the wet, we're going to be dealing with drought. It's kind of inevitable. And I also needed it to decrease the cost of establishment, because it's just taken bigger and bigger tractors, bigger and bigger machines, more and more diesel to do a job that used to be simple. And that's part of the reason why we need these products to go back into the land. Any form of organic matter will do. Farmyard manure is arguably better, and I have no issue about saying that either. But it's another two jobs to do it. One, to get it off, another to bring it back and spread it. But agriculture to me is a gearbox. If all of the elements, of all of the sprockets in a gearbox aren't working properly, the gearbox doesn't function properly. And that really is where overall policy has taken agriculture today. There is probably a good need for root and branch to look at how agriculture should behave going forward and how it should be supported.
I think, Andy, that point, I'll come to Sean in a second, but that point is very important, because the straw incorporation measure, the tree crop rule, a lot of times people don't necessarily appreciate them. I know I had a conversation with you recently where you said that these are critically important in terms of good soil. The problem probably is, at one level there's an aspiration to do what seems right, and at the ground level it maybe doesn't land in the way it should. And I think that's where the like of the strategic dialogue, that's where the like of conversation, putting farmers at the centre of debate, that's what we're trying to change, to join all that together. And that's why the robust debate we're having here today is very, very important, because what's come out is actually very important. Andy?
Just one quick last comment on it. I mean, one of the consequences of the way European policy has driven agriculture, is both European and national, is we've driven farmers into silos. I'm this type of a farmer, I'm that type of a farmer, I'm another type of a farmer. That's not healthy. It's just fundamentally not healthy. And I am not aware of any situation where a livestock farmer who wants straw, who asks a tillage farmer, doesn't get it every year as prescribed. What we have in the market to a fair degree is people, no, I won't buy it now, it'll get cheaper. It's a bit more valuable than that for the land that's involved in tillage, and that's the decision that tillage farmers have made. But lots of tillage farmers now will incorporate much more straw than they're paid to incorporate, because it's a management tool and they see the benefit. Seeing the benefit is the key.
And this is the point where you see the benefit. The rule didn't seem like it made sense until you saw the benefit. And sometimes the rules don't make sense, and it's getting the balance between what does make sense and the understanding of it on the ground. Sean, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I was mentioned a few times. Firstly, I think, that's what I know, I'm used to it. But I think firstly, it's important to look at the figures and the facts. In the European Parliament, things are voted on by a majority. So if you haven't 375, the thing passes. We're the biggest group, so we're the most successful, simply because of that. The small group on the left, 37, look at what they pass, very little. They can talk all they like, they have no influence. But at the same time, we can't dictate policy. Sometimes we would be successful, other times we wouldn't be. And in relation to our group, we have no problem with our group. Our group is a very broad church. But if you look at other groups, no national delegation votes according to its group's recommendation on every single issue. We actually, in Fine Gael, we voted with our group 87.5% of the time. And we're proud to be in the EPP, and we're going to stay there, and we were one of the founding members of the EPP. But there is no whip per se. It's an indication of where the group wants to go. In relation to nature restoration, my Fine Gael colleagues and I would vote the exact same way tomorrow morning. Why? We were against nature restoration when it came out first, because it was going to be compulsory, there was no funding, farmers' land was going to be taken over. We worked, and because we're the biggest group, we were able to get the changes we needed. It's now voluntary. If farmers are needed, they will have to be incentivized. The exact same as the minister has to sit down with a trade union. If he wants to work, he'll have to work out with them what the salary is going to be. So the other point is that any rewetting that's going to take place in Ireland, 99% of it, or maybe 100% of it, will be on state-owned lands. So it is no threat to anyone. And when I heard this absolute rubbish coming from independents saying this is the biggest land grab in the history of the state, nobody says, hey mate, where do you see that? Where is that written down? Nobody says it. Great, wonderful point to make. You'll get plenty of publicity in it and absolutely no basis whatsoever. The European People's Party is quite happy with us. We're quite happy with them. Sometimes we vote with them, sometimes we vote against them, but we make up our own minds based on what we think is good for Ireland, and we articulate that. We're not shy about it. Marie, myself, Colin, we articulate that, and they're respected. And I think the final point, I think this is a huge one for him. Dennis made a great point, and I mentioned it briefly when I said that farmers exporting slurry, when anaerobic digestions will happen, and spreading digestate are not getting credit for it. That point about getting credit for the carbon savings is absolutely vital, and we have to work tooth and nail to get that accepted, and that would make a huge difference, because some of the policies are not based on true science, the science that we have at the moment, and certainly that needs to be addressed. But we will work tooth and nail for you. And finally, I'll finish with this. We are farmers, you're farmers, we're farmers as well. My father worked all his life in the farm. He was a slave. He went in the march to Dublin with Richard Deasy and TJ Mahara way back in the 1960s. My brother farms at home. Marie comes from a farm. Colum is farming. So do you think that we're anti-farmer? One of the reasons we're in the EPP Group is because we're pro-farmer. We'll fight for the farmers, but you'd want to be giving us credit. We can't deliver everything, but we do to the best of our ability, and we will do it 1,000 times more successful than some of the people who are in your ear shouting nonsense and delivering sweet F all. Good morning, Margaret.
Thanks, Sean. Well said. I think we all have to appreciate, on one level, like I've had conversations about the nature restoration law, and people have given me a lot of heat about it. And they've turned around and then I've said, what's in it that you've an issue with? And 9 times out of 10, they can't tell me. The reality is, as Sean said, we had a very hard debate within our group, within our 5 MEPs, and it's not simple when you have to take these debates to the full. I voted against it in the Agriculture Committee. We got very significant changes. What was mandatory was action-based endeavouring to. What was a requirement to re-wet lands became on state lands, and only farmers would have to do if it was incentivised. These were the changes we got. Then you have to ask the question, do you back those changes, or do you reject the whole thing and be back to square one? And the decision we took was, we backed the changes. If you look at it, we weren't the only ones in DPP that backed the changes. It practically broke 50-50 in the last vote, because many recognised they weren't happy, others recognised, well, we'd made progress, and maybe we should bank the progress. And the 2 key points I want to say, just to finish with. The points that were made here about the methane, about the carbon balance sheet, that's what we're here for today. We're here to hear all this, and to bring it back, and to fight the next fight. But we can only fight the next fight if we've got the mandate to do it. And trust me, there's nobody else, no, genuinely, there's nobody else out there that will do it with the support of the rest of the Parliament, with the basis behind them. We see what the independents and what various people on the fringes are doing. They won't get the support. That's the reality. So all I'm asking for you is make sure that the balance of power is with the people who are supportive of the farmers. And I'll leave it at that. We have an extra session with the Taoiseach coming shortly. So I appreciate the time. I really appreciate the robust debate. And it's great that the people going forward have heard the issues. And let's give them the chance to deal with them. Thank you. Sorry, folks, just to say there's coffee next door to the room or to my left, your right. And will you please be back in the room in 15 minutes because the Taoiseach is coming and we'd like to have a crowd here so we can address. Thank you.
Sheep farmers, and it's in 2018 we made the decision to change to dairying. Thought it might be an easier lifestyle for us. It was a quick decision because we're not youngsters. To be milking your first cow at 49 was a big change for us. So we sold all our own stock. We bought 76 in calf heifers.
And how did you find the transition to changing over to milking twice a day?
At the start it was a bit daunting with all the heifers. It took them a while to adjust, as Yvonne said, and it took us a while to adjust. Yeah. But it passed.
We find it easy now. I'm a townie, as they say. Living here 25 years, but I never milked a cow until 5 years ago, and I love it.
So you've all the family involved, 4 daughters, 5 women and 1 man.
Yeah, outnumbered in a big way.
And different roles?
I suppose everyone has their strength on the farm, so we lean towards that. Ava does our grass measuring, so she loves that, going off for a walk with the dog and coming back. Jane does our genetics, so she helps picking out all the bulls and going through all that. Anna and Kate will milk the cows or help with the calf, so we could go away for a night. It's a team effort. We couldn't do it unless we were all involved to a certain extent, you know. They might want to milk anyway. You know, sometimes I'm saying, no, it's okay, I'll do it, go in. They're going, no, I'll do it. So isn't that great?
Many farms across Europe our cows produce milk from indoors.
Yes.
Your cows spend nearly 300 days a year outdoors.
Yeah, easily, yeah. You know.
And you're very successful. You've won a Milk Quality Award.
We did. We're very lucky, very surprised. We're so new into it.
Yeah.
So in 2022 won the National Dairy Council and Kerrygold Milk Quality Award.
The National Dairy Quality Award is a lot around quality of milk in terms of sow counts.
It's more than that. It's about sustainability. I suppose sustainability for the farmer, as well as working here on the farm. Sustainability for the environment. Even prior to into dairy, we've always been conscious of the waterways, of the land, to take care of it. We're mindful, it's just on loan to us. And we're trying to pass on a better condition than when we even got it.
Hello there. Oh, thanks. Hi, Carlow.
Oh, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Would you like to go outside and have a look?
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, perfect.
So I suppose to have a highly productive grassland system here is the goal, and we try and make sure that happens by measuring the grass regularly, at least once a week, twice a week when it's a high producing kind of during the summer, and that allows us to make the best decisions on where the cows should go next and utilise the grass properly, because it is our most valuable resource here.
Absolutely. It's possibly somewhat unique about Irish farms, how we manage to utilise grass so much, the high protein that's in the grass in the summer, so we don't have to import protein feeds. And it's the most sustainable system. And how do you manage the grass in terms of fertilisers and...
Fertiliser and slurry is kind of the two main inputs to put on the grass to allow it to grow. We incorporate clover into all of our grass seed mixtures in recent years, so that really helps kind of in terms of the productivity of the grass, and it enables us to spend less money and have a less of an impact on the environment as well in terms of spreading chemical nitrogen.
Then when it comes to the slurry spread, it's a trailing shoe you use.
Exactly, yeah. So it's not affecting the atmosphere as much. It's not having as much of an impact on the environment.
It's really a lovely farm. I see numbers on the drinkers.
So we have a system here. We have all the paddocks labelled. They each have their own number, and that corresponds to then a map that we have in the dairy. So we can kind of put on there the level, the cover of the grass, and the kind of in priority of where the cows need to graze next.
Hello, Colin. All right.
Oh, hello.
Have you seen the parlour yet?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, we'll have to have a look, sure. So there's 16 units. They're automatic cluster movers, so makes milking an easy and a nice job too, you know. So it's great.
So you're the lady that's responsible for the breeding and the genetics.
Yeah, I kind of look through all the bulls that you can pick from and pick the best ones suited to what we're looking for and the cow type that we already have.
And what are you looking for? What's the priorities?
So kind of the main things are an overall a good EBI, so a good economic breeding index, because that's kind of the foundations of a good cow. And then in particular looking for a good fertility index. Not looking for them to be too milky, that's just not the type of cow that we have here. We usually start milking the second week in February, and then we're drying off then November, December, and then kind of January. So towards the end of November we'd be kind of coming into the kind of a quiet zone. So like this parlour then goes on its holidays, and so do all the cows. It's really important for them.
And so does the farmer.
Yes, important for everyone.
One thing about your farm is that it's set out to reduce all the labour on the farm and make the quality of life so much better. And it's so important in our farms all across Europe that we invest in them to make sure that they're labour efficient and people can have that quality of life. Because you won't have a next generation of farmers unless they have the same quality of life that people have in other occupations.
Yeah.
Because you breed a better cow that gives you a higher fat and protein, that gives you a better price for your milk too, doesn't it?
It does, and it really does come back to you, that extra bit of time spending picking, the bulls and matching up the right bull to the right cow. So we breed enough just to have the Frisian replacements, and then the rest then would be like bred to a beef sire. So they'd be dairy beef calves. They go to our neighbour who takes all our calves, and he looks after them just as well as we would. Will we go so and see where everyone else is? Yeah.
Perfect.
Hello. Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I hope the girls showed you around and gave you an insight to what happens on the farm today.
They did. I really had a really great day. people in Europe are looking at agriculture and asking the question, is it environmentally sustainable? And for me, and indeed EPP in general, I think the thing we want in all the European legislation around the environment that comes forward, that it's practical, that it works on farm.
Have the EU any plans in place for supporting farmers financially and making these environmental changes on their farms?
We want to ensure that there's enough cap money to help farmers make changes.
I think as a food producer in Ireland, it's hugely important that people, know what we're doing and how we're going about doing it, and we are trying to be as environmentally friendly, on the farm as we can.
The young people are the furthest away they ever have been from agriculture, and they don't understand to any depth of where their food is coming from apart from a supermarket shelf. But what is Europe doing to encourage young people to get back into farming?
One thing we want to prioritise is access to land, to ensure young people can get access to land, and to look at low-cost loans, higher level of grants for younger farmers to get them started. We looked at your farm here today where, let's say, the use of technologies made it more labour efficient, and we want to make sure that grants are available through the Common Agriculture Policy to allow those transitions to take place. When young people get involved, they embrace where agriculture has to go into the future. They're the ones that will take up those challenges and make the changes, and I think you've got that so right here on this farm.
Thanks a million, Colin. Take care.
We in the EPP believe in the European family farm model. We want to protect the environment, look after nature, and ensure food security. We want to invest in technologies and labour-efficient systems that will inspire the next generation of young farmers and women to carry on the proud tradition of agriculture all across Europe.
Dat is een topproduct voor ons. Het wordt lokaal gekweekt. Onze klanten weten van waar ons varkensvlees komt.
siinä, että kun metsätalous on pitkän ajan niin kuin sykleissä, 80 vuoden sykleissä mennään puuston kasvatuksessa.
Sorry, we'll kindly invite you to take your seats. We are going to start with the conference again in approximately 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
Accorda, if you take your seats, we will begin now. And while we're beginning, Orla Kelly Kilkenny asked me to announce that she's having a food and agriculture event next Thursday, the 25th of April at 8 p.m. in the Community Hall in Thomastown, Kilkenny. Orla Kelly is organising that next Thursday, 25th of April, 8 p.m. Community Hall, Thomastown, Kilkenny. So now if we can get the Taoiseach up here, we will recommence. Accorda, Ragling le Cuidado den Clor, agus Faltamur Ray Von Taoiseach, Simon Harris. I really want to express our gratitude to Taoiseach Simon Harris for coming here today, because when these conferences were organised a few months ago, and EPP only organised 3 in Europe, Bulgaria, Italy and Ireland. And the reason they came to Ireland, because we as a delegation asked them, and because they're a reflection of how important agriculture is to us. But at that stage, we got a commitment from the Taoiseach then, Leo Varadkar, who we compliment on his great tenure in office, to attend this event. But then, of course, there was a change, and only a week ago we asked Simon. He had a different schedule. He's extremely busy since he took over, but he said he'd do everything in his power to come here out of his commitment, and Fine Gael's commitment to the EPP, and also his commitment particularly to farmers and this area. And I want to express our gratitude to him. He's the youngest Taoiseach ever. He may well prove to be the best Taoiseach. Let's see. Give him a chance. But certainly I think he will be as good as any who went before him. He's truly committed to doing what is good for people. He listens, he said, and as Alistair was saying earlier on, I'm quite sure he'll turn that listening into action. And Taoiseach, we're very grateful for you. We wish you health and happiness and energy in doing the very responsible job you have at this particular time. And now we're absolutely honoured to give you the floor. Taoiseach Simon Harris.
Thank you very much, everybody. And it's a great honour to be here with you. It's a great honour to be back in Carlow and in the Dolman Hotel. Indeed, it was in this very room not that long ago that I was with Martin Hayden and Pat Deering and Eddie Downey and others when we had one of our agricultural and rural meetings. So I'm really pleased to be here. Can I just say this firstly? I'm very conscious we're at an agricultural meeting, but before I get to agriculture and farming, I'm also very conscious that yesterday was a very important and very significant day for Stardust families in Ireland, for people who for over 4 decades had fought for truth, for justice and for answers for their loved ones, for people who were absolutely determined that never would they let this country forget the lives and the names and the stories of the 48 people who died in the Stardust tragedy. And I know all of us think of them today, and as Taoiseach I certainly look forward to engaging with those families in person this weekend and doing all that I can to assist them after what has been a very, very, very significant day for them yesterday. I'm really pleased to be here today. I want to thank you for the invitation. I want to thank Sean Kelly. Sean's a hard man to say no to. It's easier just to do what he wants. So he said to come here today. I said I'd be here, but thank you so much. And I'm delighted to be here with Sean. Sean is our leader in the Fine Gael group in the European Parliament, and I want to thank him for his work. Delighted to be joined by Maria Walsh MEP, by Colin Markey MEP. I want to thank both of them for all that they do. By my good colleague and friend, Minister Martin Hayden, who represents my party with such distinction in the Department of Agriculture, but works so hard as an agriculture minister, and I want to thank him for that as well. And we are really pleased here in Ireland to be hosting this event today. I want to recognise there's a number of sitting councillors here as well. I've met some on the way in: Fergal Brown, I think Thomas Kinsler, Brian O'Donoghue, Tom O'Neill, Michael Doran. I want to wish you all the very best in your own re-election efforts. 7 weeks to go, I think, and I know you're going to be joined on the ballot paper in Carlow by Catherine Callahan, by Paul Duge, and by Ben Ward, who I saw over there a moment ago. We have a really good team of people here in Carlow representing you, and I'd ask people to lend them support in the weeks ahead. But look, the main reason I wanted to be here today is because agriculture matters, because farming matters, and because it's time this sector starts getting treated with a little bit of respect. Agriculture and farming is a really important part of the Irish economic story. And let me be very clear, and I'll get into this in a moment. There is a climate emergency. The planet is on fire. Fully get that, fully respect that. We need to act on that. It is very important. However, it's also important that governments learn you can do more than one thing at a time. And of course, we can make progress on climate whilst also bringing about food security in Ireland and in the European Union. And what we need to see is a little less finger wagging at farmers, a little less lecturing, and a hell of a lot more partnership. And as I take on this role with great humility as Taoiseach of this country, I want to commit and recommit myself and my party and my government to that task and to that challenge. And this is the point I made when I met Ursula von der Leyen in Brussels last week. It's the point I made at the European Council yesterday and the day before. At every single opportunity that we talk about climate, we shouldn't be talking about it as though climate means you can't have sustainable agriculture. In fact, if we look at the record in relation to emissions, we already see agriculture is playing its part. And in fact, there is often a disproportionate focus on agriculture rather than other sectors of the economy that aren't making as much progress too. So yes, we all know farming has to transition. We all know there's changes coming. We all know there's more changes required. Farmers get that. But what they don't need is a lectury tone from Dublin about climate. And I want to commit to never falling into that trap as Taoiseach as well, because we value your work. Agri-food, agriculture, the agri-food sector is an essential part of the Irish economy, and farmers and farming families are the beating heart of rural Ireland and of the European Union. You're the custodians of the land, you're a vital cog in the very fabric and society and our economy. And indeed, in good times and bad times economically, when others come and go, farmers are still here day in, day out, working for our economy and working for our people. I'm also really conscious that this year has been a brutal year for farmers, that the weather has posed an incredible degree of challenge, pain, mental health pressures, stress, anxiety. I've spoken to many in relation to this. I'll meet the IFA later today in relation to this as well. I know you're flat out. I know you're trying to go hell for leather while you can in an extraordinarily difficult weather situation. And I know it very much feels like a salvage mission. And I can only imagine how hard that is psychologically, let alone from a business and a family farm point of view. The relentless rain has had a real impact. We saw that here on Wednesday evening in Gowran Park, when some of the best land in the country had a race meeting called off because the ground was sodden in mid-April. Situations that we're just not used to seeing here as well. So the brutal weather is absolutely impacting everybody. And as I've acknowledged, the impact isn't just on the land. The impact is on the farmer and their family, physically and mentally. So from meeting and talking with farmers in recent weeks, meeting with more today, it's very clear that we need to act. And when any one sector, especially one that is so fundamentally important to the Irish economy, comes up against tough times, it's our job as a government not just to give you words of comfort, but it's our job as a government and my job as leader of the government to respond and to help. And I want to assure you that's what we intend to do. We've taken some initial actions. We've already announced a fodder support scheme to assist farmers with transport costs. We've seen non-essential farm inspections having been paused to help alleviate further stress in farms, and I think we need to continue to keep that under review because the weather hasn't gotten any better. I'm also very conscious that it's been a particularly difficult period for tillage farmers. 2023 wiped out any gains made in 2022, and the start of 2024 hasn't been better. And the knock-on effects on planting are already having real consequences. So we intend to work with farmers to bring forward practical and realistic and helpful solutions to support the tillage sector in a meaningful way, because tillage is absolutely vital to Irish agriculture, and we have to continue our efforts to maintain the land area under tillage and to secure the future of the industry here in this country. So we are working towards the delivery of further financial support for tillage farmers that will include field crops planted in autumn 2023 and spring 2024. And I intend to work intensively on the final details of this scheme with Minister McConlogue and Minister Hayden to ensure that it properly responds to the severity of what you have experienced. And we don't intend to stop there. We don't intend to just address the issues relating to the weather. My party, as I've said, has been reaching out. We have been trying to listen to farmers across Ireland through our National Agriculture, Food and Rural Development Forum, and I thank Eddie Downey for chairing that. In recent months, they've held 15 meetings right across Ireland. Thousands of farmers and farm families have attended those meetings. One took place in this very room, I think, and we've tried to listen. We've tried to engage, and we've tried to have meaningful discussions. We've had lots of differing opinions. We've had heated chats at times, and that's okay. And we've tried to talk through various concerns and viewpoints on the very issues that are affecting your daily lives. But we've listened a lot now, and I think what farmers are saying to us is, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do to the collection of issues that you've picked up as you've travelled across Ireland? So I've tasked our agricultural group to bring forward a plan to me within the next 4 weeks. It was 6, we're down to 4 now. Within the next 4 weeks to act on what we've heard, to act on a range of issues, on issues that you've told us about around succession, retirement, other long-term worries and stresses facing the farming community. I like to think we've already tried to take some actions. At some of the meetings, the issue of dog attacks on sheep was raised, and we've seen my colleague Minister Humphreys announce stronger regulations and more funding for dog control to protect our livestock. Shortly, she'll announce a new public awareness campaign to ensure that owners know that the responsibility lies solely with them, and that owners will now be held responsible with increased fines, which can be issued on the spot. And we'll continue to work on this issue with both the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Housing, and local authorities. When I was Minister for Further and Higher Education, which was only 2 weeks ago, you told me you were worried about the next generation of farmers. You told me that you were worried that there weren't enough pathways and educational opportunities to get into farming. And that's why we worked together to create new farming apprenticeship programs, the farm manager, the farm technician schemes, real substantive career pathways for school leavers. And I want to thank the farming organisations who worked with us in this, and Alice Doyle, who I know, delighted Vice President of the IFA, I congratulate Alice, but put a huge role and put me under a lot of pressure on this. I want to acknowledge that, Alice, as well. This will ensure that young people can help stay in the regions and work in farming while getting the third level qualification. Embedding these programs now will be essential to helping secure the future of farming, because we do need to protect the next generation of farmers. I've also been working with you, and I intend, as Taoiseach, to finish the job to deliver new vet schools in rural and regional Ireland. Not only so that we can educate vets in some of the areas that we know they'll end up spending their working lives, but also to ensure that we have enough vets into the future. It's vital that when the farmer has to call out a vet at 2 a.m. that they can get someone on the other end of the phone, and that's not happening in certain parts of this country. We have a serious shortage when it comes to veterinary numbers, and we also, from an education point of view, have a situation now where so many young people are having to go abroad to access a veterinary education. It need not be like that. So I have moved on from my department, but I want you to know this. I'm absolutely committed to working with the Minister for Agriculture, with the Minister for Further and Higher Education, to deliver on the work I've started in terms of rolling out new veterinary colleges in rural and regional Ireland as well. So this is the approach I tend to take. Not talking down to you, but sitting down with you. Not lecturing you, but working with you. And nowhere is this needed more than in the area of climate change. And I want to return to this for a moment, because farmers need adequate support, and farmers need certainty and income streams to help with transition. We need to be allies in relation to this. I acknowledge the farming community has already acted. There isn't a farmyard in the country that has not taken action on these issues in recent years, and we should acknowledge that. And I absolutely understand that there is a sense of frustration and a sense of anger from farmers that they've been on what they believe to be a constant treadmill of change over the last 5 years, and a sense that their sector gets spoken down to or that is no longer valued to the same extent as it once was. And I know from my conversation with European colleagues as recently as yesterday, this is a feeling felt by farmers right across the European Union. It's not good enough and it can't be allowed to continue. So today, as Taoiseach of this country, I want to thank you for the heavy lifting that you've already done, and I want to commit to working with you in a spirit of partnership. I want to sit down, I want to work together, I want to say this is what we do need to do together, there's no sugarcoating that, but how do we make it actually happen? Because as far as I'm concerned, there's no future for rural Ireland and no prosperous future for Ireland that does not involve farming, farmers, the agri-food sector growing, not contracting. And by working with you, we'll ensure that farmers can earn a decent income whilst protecting the environment. I have to say, I actually think there's huge potential here. If we can get this conversation to a moment of reset, there's actually huge possibilities here to do this and do this correctly. I've been looking up at the agri-environment strategies in recent weeks. So if we look at the biomethane strategy as one example, here's a way we can put money in the pockets of farmers whilst helping the planet. This is what we need to do. We need to do more of it, and we need to do it more quickly, because I understand farming is at a real crossroads. When times are hard, it's easy to be drawn to false promises. But do let me tell you this. The populists are at the gates of government buildings in Ireland. Populists who know nothing about farms and nothing about one end of the animal to another. They'll tell you absolutely anything that you want to hear to get through the gates of government buildings or to destabilise our economic model in this country. But what they won't tell you, in many ways, they play from the same failed playbook that we've seen in relation to Brexit policies and Farage and all this others. They'd adopt an approach that sees us retract and retreat from Europe. They vote against every single referendum on Europe, including the one to join it. My party and the government I lead has a very different philosophy. We believe the 5.3 million of us are better at the heart of Europe, are better with our Taoiseach around the decision-making table, are better with our MEPs in the European Parliament voting, are better with our agricultural ministers going to Brussels and negotiating. And I believe my party best serves you by being in the largest group in the European Parliament and the largest group of prime ministers across the European Union, because this country can amplify its voice through our membership, the Fine Gael membership of the European People's Party. Because we approach, at a European level, in the EPP, we approach agriculture as a strategic sector, not a stone in the shoe or an irritant. We approach it as a sector that delivers food security, that can help restore biodiversity, can help contribute to energy security. We see the agri-sector as an essential ingredient of rural communities across Europe and Ireland, and the economic viability that it brings to rural areas. The COVID-19 pandemic, the brutal illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, should remind every European citizen that we cannot take food security for granted, and we must be looking to do more as a European Union to protect our food security. Those elected to the European Parliament in the next 7 weeks' time will have a crucial role to play in helping decide the shape of the next common agricultural policy for the period after 2027. I don't think the best thing is to send people over to Europe to negotiate it who don't believe in it, who don't get it. People who just talk a lot or tweet or pop up on Russian TV. What we actually need here are people who are willing to roll their sleeves up and get stuck in, who are willing to talk to you, who know what it's like to be on a farm, who know what it's like to meet their local IFA, who know what it's like to get things done and how to deliver change in Europe, because it's absolutely essential. It has never been more essential who we send to the European Parliament in just 7 weeks' time. And we need people there who have at their hearts the interests of Irish farmers. And as Fine Gael and the European People's Party, we have here in this Ireland South constituency Sean Kelly MEP and John Mullins. In the Midlands Northwest constituency, we have Maria Walsh and Nina Carberry. And I can assure you they'll fight night and day with my full support for your interests in Europe. We can absolutely be certain that of course there'll be a focus on climate and environment in the next CAP and in the next European Parliament. But there also must be a focus on food security and on price stability. And I want you to know that we will continue to fight for that at a European level. We will be a voice for protecting farm incomes and for protecting and supporting the family farm. And let me say this also. Myself, the Fine Gael Party and Fine Gael MEPs will be lockstep behind retaining Ireland's nitrates derogation. And we will work with you intensively on this in the coming weeks and months. We'll advocate for measures to support young farmers, because we need that next generation of farmers to maintain agricultural activity. We'll support women in agriculture, because we need to ditch the stereotypes and the sexism and ensure that there is a next generation of farmers. And as I said earlier, Fine Gael and the EPP will stop just seeing the climate emergency as a threat to agriculture, but rather as an opportunity for new income streams and a new way of doing farming as well. We'll work with you to develop the schemes to ensure that you get a fair price for your product. So that's why it's really important that you think seriously about who you want to send to represent you in Europe. It matters. It's not a personality contest. It's not a celebrity popularity contest. This is about identifying who's best to go there and fight for you, who gets it, who will have the backing of their Taoiseach, of their government, of the largest group in the European Parliament, who will have the most heft to stand up for agriculture, and who won't just come into a room and plamass you and think that you can sum up solutions in 140 characters on Twitter, but instead will sit down like we have at 15 meetings across Ireland and listen and debate, and even when we don't agree, engage. That's what Fine Gael will do. That's what I will do as your Taoiseach. And I want to say this, as I take up this role, it is about now reconnecting the core priorities in this country. It's about farming. It's about small business. It's about law and order. It's about making sure that we deliver for people on the issues that matter. And every single day I'm in this role, I will work night and day, every minute of every day, to deliver on that agenda. So I wish you all well. I look forward to engaging with various organisations here. I look forward to seeing Sean Kelly, MEP, return to the European Parliament, Maria Walsh, MEP, return to the European Parliament, John Mullins and Nina Carberry too, and I'm looking forward to working with Martin Hayden to deliver a good deal for Irish farmers in the weeks, months and years ahead. Thank you.
Taoiseach, thank you very much. First and foremost for joining us in listening to farmers, in thanking farmers for the huge role that they have in our societies, for the huge role that they have in producing the high quality food that we enjoy everywhere in Europe, in Ireland, but also in every other corner of the country. We have heard today, this morning from you, we have heard in the first panel that farmers expect us to stand by their side, to defend them, to be a voice of Irish farmers in Brussels at European level, to fight for cutting red tape. We know that farmers want to protect the environment, and they are to be seen as allies, as partners and friends when we talk and make decisions about protecting the environment, polluting less. And this is what the difference is between the EPP and other political groups at European level. Others say they want to do the transition to the green economy against the industry, against the farmers if needed. We say no, we want to do this transition with the farmers, with the industry, with the entrepreneurs. You've spoken about populists, Taoiseach, and let me tell everyone here in the room very clearly, at European level, populists, extremists, anti-Europeans are isolated. They cannot influence decisions made at European level. A vote for extremists, for populists, is the last vote in the European election. Decisions are made in the European Parliament by people who believe in Europe, who have maybe different opinions, center-right, center-left, but they sit together, they believe in European solutions, they work out compromises which then work for the people. Extremists are a minority, they are isolated, and they honestly do not matter in the European Parliament. You've said rightly that we were hit in the last 5 years in member states and at European level by unexpected developments. There was COVID, there was an illegal, illegitimate invasion by Russian armed forces into Ukraine. But the conclusion of these 5 years is that Europe stayed together, we stayed united, and Europe provided support and solidarity with the people, for enterprises, for regions affected by the different situations of crisis, and this is what we're going to do in the next years as well. Security will be one of our top priorities, because this is what we all need to flourish, to be able to move freely, to invest, to work, to be out in the fields. Security of the citizens will be a priority. An economy which is future-oriented, modern, digital, green, clean, competitive, so that the private sector can invest, will remain a priority, and for the EPP, agriculture has already been a priority in recent years, and it will be top of our agenda in the next 5 years as well. We can assure you of this. The stronger the delegation of our Fine Gael Irish colleagues is within the EPP, the better the voice of Ireland will be heard in the European Parliament. On this note, Taoiseach, thank you very much for taking time from your busy agenda to be with us, and we're getting down to work. We're continuing right away with the second panel. I will introduce the second panel so that they can be on stage and answer your questions immediately. EPP Vision on Profitability and Social Sustainability in Agriculture is the title of our second panel. The moderator will be Stella Meehan. We bring the speakers up on stage, then we thank the Taoiseach and wish him well. Thank you, Taoiseach. So, Stella Meehan is the editor for Agriland Media. Then the speakers will be Elaine Houlihan, the president of Marca Rural Youth Association, Dale Cramond, the director of Meat Industry Ireland, Dr. Helen Sheridan, the associate professor at the UCD School of Agriculture and Food Science, board member of the Tágaist, the Agriculture and Food Development Authority, and Pat Cleary, committee member of the Irish Grain Growers Group. This is our distinguished panel, and before I leave you in the hands of Stella Meehan to moderate the panel, I'm very delighted, I'm pleased, I'm happy to give the floor now to my colleague and my friend from the European Parliament, Maria Walsh, member of the European Parliament for the last 5 years and hopefully also for the next 5 years, to deliver her introductory remarks. Maria, yours is the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and delighted to about to witness this panel. I just want to acknowledge, no doubt he perhaps can still hear me, the Taoiseach and Fine Gael party leader Simon Harris, colleague Siegfried, Sean Kelly, my exceptionally hard-working colleague Colin Markey, who I think chaired that last debate and many conversations on behalf of our party at the Agriculture Committee in the European Parliament so triumphantly, and I'm excited to see him win a seat in the constituency in the next general election. Just want to acknowledge that. I really also want to acknowledge our EPP team who put this event together, who very rarely get acknowledged at events like this, but yet ensure everybody is here, everybody's on time, everything is ready, available for speakers and guests, and please give them a warm round of applause because it's not easy to put together, so I just want to acknowledge our team there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. I really want to begin by thanking you also today, and I'm delighted that the EPP Group has organised for us all to have an open, honest, and as you heard today, a robust conversation about the issues, many issues facing our Irish farm families ahead of the elections, but beyond that, in all the elections ahead, but day in, day out that they're facing. I've been asked to talk about something that is incredibly important to me and no doubt to everyone in this room and beyond the country and in my eyes right across the EU. Today's focus captures the most pivotal issues facing our Irish agriculture, the delicate balance between profitability and social sustainability. And Ireland's unique agricultural heritage runs deep, and no better room to share this in today. It does not only shape our landscape, but also our identity as a nation and the cultural ties we have to the land. Profitability is crucial for our farmers, make no bones about that. It underpins the security of our farm families and the growth of our rural towns and villages, as farming is a primary economic activity in this country. The sector's overall profitability also ensures we as a country continue to grow. And you heard from the previous panel, and no doubt from this panel too, investing in the likes of modern technologies, sustainable practices, quality inputs to enhance productivity while also protecting the environment, and that delicate balance is there and it's growing. Turning a profit also ensures resilience, allowing farmers to withstand market changes, adverse weather conditions, and unforeseen challenges. In Ireland, our farmers face a wealth of challenges, both old and new, from the increasing unpredictability, as I mentioned, of weather patterns to the volatility of global markets. The pressures on our agriculture sector are varied. And within that delicate balance between profitability and social sustainability lies their mental health. The mental health of farmers, which I have been very fortunate that the EPP allows me to talk about today. One of the most pressing issues we confront as farmers and our families, as policymakers, as media coverers, as agriculture experts and stakeholders, is the mental health of our farmers, and sadly it doesn't get as much airtime as I think it's deserving. It's not merely a profession, that farming capacity, it's a way of life deeply entwined with the rhythms of nature and the cycles of seasons. And this lifestyle can be isolating, driven by long hours of solidarity and, or lack of solidarity, I should say, in solitary work, and the weight of immense responsibility to continue to put food on the tables of not just their own families, but of thousands of people right across the EU and across the world, trying to meet tight margins and, I have to say, adapt to the ever-changing goalposts of policy that we design and create at EU level, national level and local level. The stigma surrounding mental health in rural communities often compound these challenges, preventing farmers from seeking the support they so desperately need when they desperately need that help. And it's time for us as a sector, led by the EPP Group, to break this silence and provide easily accessible resources for mental health care, such as counsellor services, support groups, promoting awareness through education and outreach on farm. We can ensure that no farmer suffers in silence, and investing in programs that promote work-life balance, stress management, conversations around how to even talk about mental health is incredibly important and will help mitigate the pressures for, I believe, future generations. But we must also tackle the many changing situations that we have here now that we deal in a reactive measure. In doing so, we are not only safeguarding the well-being of our farmers of all ages, but we will also strengthen the fabric of our rural communities. And I might just pause there and just say, right before we had this conversation, a person attending today shared that another life was lost in their community through death by suicide. This is happening every day on our farms, and we need to wake up to the fact that not one of us can do it alone. We have to do it in a collective unit. And I'm so grateful that, as I said, this group has allowed me to highlight something that me and my Fine Gael colleagues have been working on incredibly hard, and we still have so much more work to do around our mental health and the farmers' mental health right across the EU, and in particular this country. I must say, in wrapping up, protecting the mental health of our farmers, we must also confront the issue of health and safety, and if you don't mind me taking a few moments to flag those. Agriculture ranks, and this room knows this better than most, it ranks the most hazardous industries that we have, with risk ranging from machinery accidents to chemical exposures, to animal breakages, to all sorts. Every year, tragic accidents occur on Irish farms, leaving families devastated, communities devastated and mourning. And as leaders, it is our responsibility to prioritise safety protocols, invest in training programs that actually work and are fit for purpose, and advocate for regulatory measures to protect the well-being of our farmers and farm workers. A safe farm is a sustainable farm, and we talk about the economics is incredibly important, but it's also incredibly important that we have a farmer who's able to put the wellies on, go out into the farm and know that they're returning home safely, be it from their mental health, be it from a farm accident, and the machinery they use, the animals that we're working in. So I just cannot stress that enough, that's important when we look at that sustainable farm method. We're also looking at the social and economically fit for purpose measures that we also talk about. By implementing safety measures, we can mitigate risks and prevent accidents before they even occur. And additionally, by fostering a culture of safety awareness and accountability, we can create an environment where every member of our community feels empowered to prioritise their own well-being and well-being of others that work on their farm and work around the farm. The path to a sustainable future for Irish agriculture lies in striking that delicate balance I mentioned at the start between profitability and social responsibility. By championing initiatives that support the mental health of our farmers, prioritising health and safety on farms, and promote environmental stewardships, we can ensure a thriving agriculture sector that benefits not only the bottom line, but also the broader fabric of our society. And I have to say, and I acknowledge the faces in the room that I know so well, we must also continue to support organisations like Embrace Farm, who do incredible work and do it so by standing with farm families when tragedy or a life-changing accident occurs. And this is not a time to do this work, important work in isolation. I want to also acknowledge two professors from UCD, Louise McHugh and Dr. Thomas Russell, and MACRA, led by President Elaine Julian here, around Make the Move. All of that works in tandem, but I've talked to Norma and the team at Embrace Farm several times in the stripping down of financial supports for them to do the job they do it when they need to do it. So know, Norma and the entire team and Elaine and everybody in this room, that from my side and the Fine Gael side, EPP side, we will continue to ensure that we're talking about mental health, we're driving mental health and farm safety, and we're not stripping you of doing the job you do in the time farm families needed to do it. Gura Míle Mága, thank you very much, and be careful on your farms, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria Walsh, for that introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stella Meehan. I am the editor at Agriland. I suppose many might know what Agriland is. It's the news publisher, and you probably have the app on your phone. We're the largest agricultural digital publisher in Ireland and the UK. It's owned by a farmer as well, so that helps. I come myself from a beef farming background and a business background, so I have a great appreciation for farming, but I also have the awareness through the business side that it has to be something that works financially. If you're a sole trader, an owner, a farmer on your own, a farm labourer, a farm enterprise has to work financially, whether it's finishing beef on a farm in Galway or sowing oats in Carlow or milking down in Tipperary. It has to be a financial and viable option long term, something that's resilient. Now, there are over 135,000 farms in Ireland with almost the same amount of active farmers, and 99% of land use in Ireland is in rural or semi-rural, what's called intermediate areas. It's an industry that's subject to price volatility like no other, due to factors beyond our control, such as the weather. And the European Commission has stated itself that the income per family worker on a farm is significantly lower than the average wage in the economy. But this gap is narrowing. Now, there was good news last year, and I do stress last year, when the National Farm Survey revealed that tillage incomes had risen by almost a third in 2022. Now, can the same be said of 2023 when we get that farm survey out later this year? The dairy industry in this country also seemed to be thriving, according to the National Farm Survey, the last one that we had, with the average income listed at about €148,000 for 2022. But again, that was a year with exceptional milk prices. I think we're all expecting to see a very stark difference in the National Farm Survey when it comes around this year for last year. With the ensuing drop in milk price over the last year and the stricter environmental requirements on all farming, but especially on dairy, one could estimate that farmers are going to be really strapped in terms of their income this year. So as today's panel discussion will focus on, making a career in Ireland needs to be a smart option, one that pays dividends in terms of both income and revenue, but also in terms of our societal contribution and the conservation of our rural environment. Commodity prices have varied over the past 12 to 14 months. Inputs have increased, the need for inputs and then the cost of inputs has increased. And while inflation has stabilised somewhat, the poor weather experienced in many parts of the country over the past 10 months has meant that farmers' financial budgets are being extremely tested. Environmental requirements, which have resulted in many farmers aiming to buy more land, means that access to credit is an issue in focus, and farmers are being stress tested in more ways than one. Also, the supply and demand nature of property sales has created a very competitive and expensive buying landscape in some regions. The Common Agricultural Policy is considered by many as essential in protecting family farm incomes while at the same time supporting rural economies. That's why it was set up. But it was reduced in budget in the last policy that was put together. One only needs to speak to some farmers in Northern Ireland who would understand the true impact of not having access to this fund, or any fund really at the moment, given they haven't had an executive for quite some time. So this afternoon's discussion on profitability and social sustainability in agriculture is aimed to take a sort of a multifaceted view of the intricate balance between profitability on the one hand and the social sustainability within the agricultural sector. So are there routes to market, for example, for small-scale farmers in Ireland? Almost 60% of the income in Irish agriculture in 2022, according to Teagasc, was produced by just over 15,300 dairy farms. So what about the resilience of the other 120,000 farms? And while we often just consider farm incomes as being a barometer of how successful an individual enterprise is, the social importance of the agricultural industry cannot be underestimated. Farmers spend, their families spend, and without these spenders in rural areas, you know, buying in the local shop or supermarket, going to the barbers or hairdressers to get their hair done, their kids going to school in the area, then we won't have rural communities unless farming is protected. I'm interested to hear the thoughts today of the panel on their various perspectives on things like fair trade for farming outputs, the ways in which farmers are adapting to become more financially and environmentally sustainable, and what type of policy you think will drive the industry forward, ensuring that it's resilient for generations to come. But that's enough for me now, because you're not here to hear from me today. So I am going to let the panelists themselves just address you with a short introduction about who they are and what they do. And we might start first with Dale Cramond, the Director of Meat Industry Ireland.
Thank you very much, Stella. Dale Cramond. I work in IBEC. It's one of 39 trade associations in Meat Industry Ireland. I represent the interests of the primary meat processors across beef, pork, sheep meat and poultry. Delighted to be here today, and thank you to the EPP for inviting me. I think we've heard a lot this morning. I think the next 5-year Commission term is going to be incredibly important. It'll set the policy framework for agriculture for the years ahead. I think we need to reflect very carefully on certain aspects of the European Green Deal. And potentially how it has and could have the potential to constrain agricultural output. Farmers are in the business of producing food. We've heard how important that issue is going to be in terms of an increasing population, and we can never lose sight of that. From my perspective, I think it's important to reflect on the important role the meat sector plays to the Irish economy. As Stella has alluded to, the value of meat and livestock exports was largely stable last year despite a very challenging environment. It was valued at 4.2 billion euros. So this really, you know, shows why we're here today and why we have to protect this industry going forward. The meat sector makes an enormous contribution to rural Ireland, supporting 80,000 farm family suppliers. The jobs in the member plants themselves, they support about 16,000 jobs in the processing sector. And with that, there's very significant multiplier effects, you know, back to the local communities. In some of these small towns in rural Ireland, the other employment opportunities are very, very limited indeed. Our sector has grown into a modern, efficient and outward and forward-looking range of businesses. Its success is even more noteworthy, given its dependence on exports into markets that are demanding and challenging, and in which they face stiff competition from other large suppliers with significant economies of scale. The sector has moved more into the value-added space over recent years, and we have seen the benefits of that back to farmers in terms of margins over the last 2 years or so. And this will continue to afford us opportunities into the years ahead. One of the big issues I work on is market access. We need to have the best markets available to us to sell the products to those markets in order to give the best return back to farmers. That's incredibly important. We had Korean officials here recently inspecting a number of our meat plants. We've made significant progress. thanks to the department, to the commission, who've done a lot of work on this in recent times, and indeed our MEPs, some of which are in the room today. We're very hopeful that we'll be able to export beef and offal to Korea later this year. And that's a real opportunity. Sometimes there's a bit of frustration there from an industry perspective that we don't always have the market access that we need in the particular country. So for example, China, we can export cuts to China, but there's no cuts of beef going to China at the moment because it's not commercially viable. We need to be able to send offal products to China because that's what they consume there, and those are the sort of products that will make a material difference. So look, market access, I think, has to remain, a critical focus for the next commission. They've done a lot of good work, but I think there's room to do more. From our perspective, we must keep a laser-like focus on the challenges, and the biggest challenge facing the industry today is competitiveness and business competitiveness. There are several issues impacting on this, including the cost of energy, insurance, the availability cost of finance, but by far the biggest threat is labour, both the availability and the cost the same. We as an industry, we cannot absorb any more costs. We've heard the Taoiseach talk about the small and medium enterprises. The meat industry is not an SME, but it runs on a very tight margin. And we really need governments and policymakers to understand that and not keep imposing costs on top of us, over a very, very short time frame. We also obviously recognise the challenges for our farmer suppliers. Without the farmers, we don't have an industry, and I'll make that very clear. The primary agriculture sector has been challenged with reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 25% by 2030. We've talked about that today. It's not going to go away, and we do have to try and embrace that as best we can. And I do support some of the earlier comments in trying to bring a more reflective and fair reporting mechanism when it comes to emissions into play. I wrote an article in the Irish Times last year where I called out some of these issues, and I think the response back from the EPA was that we report to the international standard. That doesn't make it correct. So we do need to kind of keep a focus on this in the next commission and also. But we cannot become too defensive either against negative voices. We do need to be careful about that. We do have to get the balance right. Critics, they represent a tiny fraction of consumers. Most people will continue to eat meat and value it for the nutrition that it gives them. Our grass-based systems are important. We've talked about that as well today. So again, that's going to be very critical. We in the meat industry would very much support that in the context of the nitrates derogation. We have to hold on to that. I'll leave it at that, Stella.
Thanks for that, Dale. We will be coming back for questions, but I might just introduce Dr. Helen Sheridan, Associate Professor at UCD School of Agriculture and Food Science. And Helen, I'll let you kind of explain the work you do.
Thanks very much, everyone. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I suppose I work in agri-environment in the School of Agriculture and Food Science in UCD, and I'm also a farmer's daughter. So while I'm not farming myself anymore, I keep close contact with it, and I'm cut down to size very quickly when I get too big for my boots. From my perspective, I see food security as central to European stability and prosperity, and therefore farmers are central to this. But we're seeing a decrease in the population of those right across Europe, and this is something we're going to have to address. The challenges, a lot of them have been identified here already. We know that they are many and varied, and they expand from the social, the economic, across the environmental. From my perspective, I guess I see that trying to take any one of those in isolation and fix it without taking the others into account, the other categories into account, is a bit like putting a band-aid on a broken leg. We need to try and integrate our thoughts on this and make sure that when we're putting measures in place to address one issue, that it doesn't exacerbate other issues. We need to be really careful about that. Working in research, we've seen significant research funding invested in the development of new technologies and innovations over recent years. Minister Hayden mentioned this earlier on. And certainly we're seeing, the rollout of innovative technologies like the low-emission slurry spreading, sex semen, multi-species swords. I'm going to reflect on the multi-species for a moment, just because it's the one I'm most closely related to. When we started this work and when we were funded by the Department of Agriculture 10 years ago to start this work, really, I suppose people wondered what we were at. But these technologies do work. We've proven that they work. On average, we're producing 20% more herbage dry matter per hectare, but using less than 60% less fertilizer, nitrogen to achieve that. And we're also seeing that animals grazed and fed on silage off those swards are, reaching their target slaughter weights 5 weeks earlier than their counterparts on ryegrass. Okay, that's just some of the results coming out of that work, but that's been consistent over the period that we've been looking at these. We're also looking at wider implications for biodiversity and water and soil carbon at the moment. But that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about when I talk about looking at one measure in isolation of another. We need to ensure that the measures that we put in place can deliver for productivity, for profitability, but also for the environment as well as social sustainability. So look, we have these new technologies, but it's clear, I suppose, that none of them really represent a silver bullet. We're going to need all of them. We're going to need the rollout of all of them. Some farmers will adopt and implement them earlier than others. That may be a financing issue for some. It may not be for others, but we're going to have to support people to adopt and roll out those measures. And not just financial support, but also moral support in terms of doing that. I suppose what it fundamentally comes down to for me, though, is that we need to farm within the boundaries of the available resources that we have. And if we don't do that, we jeopardize the potential of future generations to have a secure food system. Another issue that I'm increasingly aware of, I suppose, although I'm not conducting any research in it, but it's very evident from media in recent years, this growing disconnect between urban and rural society and the growing urbanized population. A recent report here, I believe, showed that greater than 50% of the population here in a country that we think of as being so rural and so agriculturally focused now do not regard themselves as being linked to agriculture through family members, which is a surprisingly high figure. But that, coupled with changes in how younger generations like to receive information, causes challenges for us. The challenges I mentioned, they are complex, they are varied. You cannot get them across in a 140-character tweet. They need more space than that. We need dialogue around them. So between not understanding what farming is about and what food production systems involve and the challenges around that, while also wanting to get the information very quickly, that for me creates a scenario where we build on misinformation and miscommunication of information. And that's something that we need to address very quickly and try and get ahead of. We need to try and build that understanding again so that people actually realize what farmers do and what work what food production involves. Whether that is an education program starting in our schools, perhaps it is, but it also needs to be rolled out to wider society as well. Okay, I think that kind of piece around miscommunication, and certainly in the research that colleagues have done in UCD, has been important in terms of the whole discussion around farmer mental health. In a piece of research done, it was identified that over 25% of farmers had really, really serious mental health issues. That's shocking. But you know, it's understandable when they feel that they're not being listened to and that there's miscommunication about what they do. So we need to be extremely careful of that. I'd also like to reflect for a moment. We've heard comments about food production being the business farmers are in, and of course it is, and food production is a hugely important output of agriculture, but it is not the only output of agriculture. And certainly when we think about farmers in more, marginal areas of the country, we need to be mindful that, okay, food production levels may not be the same as elsewhere in the country, but there's a whole lot of other important social and environmental services that those people provide in addition to the food that they do produce. If we want a new generation of farmers in those areas, we must support, we must value, in some economic way, we must value those other services and make it an economically attractive proposition for young people to move to those areas, and also that those areas have the infrastructure that young people will, you know, require and demand in terms of where they want to live. So I suppose that's where I'll sign off for now.
Great.
I'm happy to.
Thank you for that, Helen. And leaving it on a note about young farming and getting people into farming when they are younger, I'll go to the president of MACRA now, Elaine Houlihan.
Thanks, Stella. My name is Elaine Houlihan, the national president of MACRA. For many of you, MACRA might be a household name, but for some of you that aren't familiar with MACRA, we are a rural youth organisation that represents rural dwellers and young farmers throughout rural Ireland. And I do have one thing in common with Taoiseach. I am the youngest president ever of MACRA, and I'm extremely proud to lead us. Before I get into the challenges facing rural Ireland, I'd like to thank the EPP for giving MACRA the opportunity to speak at this event and recognising our role in Irish society. MACRA is one of the only organisations in Ireland that represents the young farmer's voice. And we are extremely passionate about creating a resilient rural community for young people to grow and plant their roots in. But this is not possible without the support from Europe, our government, and local authorities. When you think of a rural community, what comes to your mind? For me as a 28-year-old, a rural community to me is Atlaka, my small village in County Limerick, where I call home. But for many my age, they don't see rural communities as home anymore, as uncertainty around farming and rural communities is building. With little or no opportunity to grow in rural Ireland, it seems easier for my generation to board a flight or head to one of our overpopulated cities to have a future. Many of you are now thinking, what do young people need to see a future in rural Ireland? One word: certainty. They want to be heard. They want their views to be taken on board, but more importantly, they want to see action. And it's not just being an audio clip living rent-free in a politician's head, which sometimes it feels like it, and believe me, it does. One of the biggest challenges facing not alone young farmers, but all farmers, is succession. Since taking over as president of MACRA, a day hasn't gone by without having a discussion around succession with people, and how important it is to have young people taking over the family farms. For last year's budget, MACRA lobbied hard for a succession scheme, which would incentivise older farmers coming up to retirement age to pass on the farm to a young trained farmer who would farm in a sustainable manner while adapting the latest technologies and practices as they take on the main managerial role, while the older farmer would still get an income. And let's be real here, nobody can live here in Ireland on the current pension. After walking from Athy to Dublin, hours of lobbying and plenty of meetings with government officials, our ask fell on deaf ears, which disappointed thousands of our members throughout rural Ireland. But don't worry, we'll be back again knocking on the doors for succession. And I welcome the Taoiseach's comments on succession earlier. We will not stop till our government realises that without the young farmers, there will be no rural Ireland, as 7% of farmers are under the age of 35, which is worrying for everyone, and especially for the future of our food systems. To make rural Ireland as resilient as possible and an attractive place to live, we need more infrastructure. We need priority for the likes of internet. And before anybody tells me the government is prioritising rural Ireland in the likes of internet, how does this make sense? A family-run business in rural Ireland employs 15 people from the same community. They want to expand and grow by adapting new technologies and practices, but they have been told it will be 2026 by the time they get fibre connection. So the only way it's viable for the next generation to take over that family-run business is to let people go, which is causing a negative impact on our rural communities, as they now have to leave and find jobs elsewhere. This is just one of many stories I can tell you since taking on my role as MACRA President. Finally, the past few weeks for the farming community has been challenging, and what the recent weather patterns have brought to the doorsteps of Irish farmers is misery and hardship. Irish farmers as a cohort are no strangers to misery and hardship. They keep going regardless. The head will go down, but we will drive on. This is not a model that is sustainable. It is deeply flawed, and we are relying on an aging food population body of men and women to keep going regardless of these challenges. In recent days, I've heard horrendous stories from some farmers who do not know where to turn. Some are incapable of getting out their front door to feed the animals who are still inside for some. Instead, we are seeing the best we have in rural Ireland, our neighbours calling on people to come to work, to do the work that that farmer in situ cannot face. It is heartbreaking to see men and women who have come through so much, who have been the backbone of Irish economy for so long, being worn down and almost cast aside. As bad as it is for some, it is worse for others. The last accurate figures for suicide I can find are from 2020. In that year, a total of 504 people died from suicide in Ireland. Suicide was in 2020 the most common cause of death among young people between the age of 15 and 35. We see the unilateral action that has been taken as a result of the increase in deaths on our roads. We are reducing the speed limits, and if that saves one life, then it's worth it. Yet 3 times more people died in 2020 from suicide than on our roads, and we see no real concrete action. Telling farmers that they are the root of all evil when it comes to the environment does not help. Sitting idly while our farming population gets older and older is no longer an option. Watching our friends, our neighbours, feel that they have no option, no way out other than suicide, is a stain on our character as a nation. We should be embarrassed by this. We should be ashamed. We should be angry. Some of us are, though clearly not enough. I'm going to leave on that note.
Thanks, Elaine. Very sobering comments in relation to it, and I definitely want to come back to it. I'm going to go now to Pat Cleary, a committee member with the Irish Grain Growers Group. Tillage farmers, I suppose, know just as well as other sectors at the minute how stretched their mental health is at the moment as well, with absolutely no control over the weather. But Pat, listen, I'll let you give your introduction there first.
Thank you, Stella. It's good to be here. I suppose listening to the debate here today, it's very broad and it's very important for the future of agriculture, not just here but in Europe, because a lot of the decision making is in Europe. And I'd like to acknowledge the work that Sean Kelly has done with myself and a few more in putting a pilot scheme together on carbon farming, and I'll talk to you briefly about that in a minute. But I suppose the future of farming, if you look at the slide there in front or on display here, that's my son Darren and myself, and I'll just give you a brief run through of our farm. Larchhill Farm has been operated by the Cleary family for originally I had down 5 generations, but we now discover we go back to the 1840s. So I don't know how many generations are there. And in those days, the landlord was the Earl of Drogheda, so we got rid of him anyway. Within the last 20 years, the area farmed by the Clearys has increased up to about 250 hectares. Now, not all owned, leased and owned land in South Kildare and in the Laois area. Now, a significant change took place in our farm practice in 2006 when we lost the sugar factory, ironically, here in Carlow. So we started to look at soil health because we were losing a very important break crop. And it was at that time that obviously soil organic matter, and Andy alluded to it earlier, is the soil, it's all about the soil and what we do. So Dara came in with me at that time and we commenced significant changes that we eliminated the plough and we introduced minimal tillage, low soil disturbance. And we also introduced additional cover crops, including additional break crops such as oilseed rape, protein, and peas and beans to replace the sugar crop in the rotation. And I suppose that is the kind of the background to where we are. But one concern I have, and I've mentioned the generations that are there, I don't want Dara to be the last Cleary in Larch Hill. And I'm very concerned about the future of the tillage sector, in particular in the last couple of years. And I suppose the big challenges that we see are, I've mentioned the Climate Action Plan 2024. Now that's supposed to be mandatory, that we go in the tillage sector from 348,000 hectares up to 400,000 by 2030. And in that document, they talk about the arable sector being one of the lowest emitters of carbon. And we're supposed to reduce our emissions to 25% from 38%, which is at one of the highest. Now, this is enshrined in primary legislation. So how are we going to get there? At the moment, I don't think so. If the statistics for this year have anything to bear out, we're going to be going in the opposite direction, and we'll be lucky if we get up near 300,000 hectares. Now, one of the other important and exciting things, and it's all not doom and gloom, the EU Parliament approved the EU Carbon Removal Certification Framework in November 2023, which is the blueprint for farming initiatives for carbon farming. And I heard Sean Kelly mentioning about the need to set up a separate environmental fund. Well, that's very important because for us to talk about sustainability, and people are talking about it the whole time, but what is it? How do we get there? We are told also that in our own Irish feed market, we have to deal with low imports, cheap low imports from third countries, which breach every regulation we've been forced to comply with. So the environmental goalpost for EU farmers has moved close to the eye of the needle. At the same time, what's coming in from third world countries, there's no regulation on it at all. Scientific research showing most Irish tillage farms are carbon neutral or very close to it. Now, no other mainstream sector can make that claim, but I would like to see the pilot program that we're doing expanding out to include pasture land and grassland as well, because it's all very important. But at the same time, we have a contradiction here in Ireland. Our energy policy, at the moment, I've done research in the last few days, in an effort to support the green energy, solar farming, the target in the next 2 years is to achieve up to 10,000 hectares of tillage land. So this is a total contradiction with the Climate Action Plan. And I compare what's happening in the UK, and in the UK, grade 1 and grade 2 arable land is restricted from any type of solar farms. And I think there is enough of other land, I don't want to be derogatory, but there is mediocre land across the country. Why in God's name are people not targeting that? You know, the least productive land, why isn't that a priority for solar farms? You know, surely we can connect up to a grid very easily. We've noticed in the last 2 years, EU farmers are up in arms. The big reason, I suppose, is what's happened as a result of the regulatory framework that we are being put through, and also what's happening in the Ukraine. And unfortunately, I see the market policy of the EU being tweaked to enable tariff-free Ukraine grain coming into the EU market. And it has decimated our grain industry in Ireland. And I have 4 or 5 colleagues who dry grain. I gave it up a few years ago because they can't make money out of it. But they have full grain stores and they can't get a quote from a merchant at the moment. Now, why is that? What's wrong? Very simple. The buyers who are buying the grain coming in, the consumer, i.e. the beef and the dairyman, will buy the cheapest product he can get. The regulatory enforcement on that product coming in is zilch. So I feel that the system is totally contradictory for our sector. And as a result of that, I'm talking to people in the industry at the moment, and there are a lot of younger farmers, in contractors and tillage farmers and other dairymen as well, questioning the hard work that they do and why they should stay in it. If we look at the regulations that we were put through, just to give you one example, I was out in the UK or in Europe before Christmas, and we were looking at the production lines for machinery. Class have a separate line for the engines that they put in the combines for Europe and for the rest of the world. And I asked the reason why, and they said it's very simple. The other countries, they don't have AdBlue. So the regulatory emissions from those machines, the combine is first of all a lot cheaper, but they can do what they like. We're bound by tier 6, tier 7, whatever emissions on our product and our machinery. But I want to try and, I don't want to delay too long, but I think Sean Kelly and myself and a few more set up an initiative last year, and we had a meeting in Tipperary there a few weeks ago, and the theme of that meeting was putting carbon farming in the hands of farmers. And what we did that night was, I have a man here with me, Darren Plant, and he is the scientific expert on what we're doing. But realistically, we need to be going to a place now where we can start seriously putting a structure in place to, A, measure the carbon footprint of what we have on all farms. And the measurement system is not simple. The verification and measurement and evaluation, in other words, to attain a credible carbon credit to trade, it has to be done scientifically. So we're talking to the people in Europe and we're talking to the people in America who make the equipment at the moment. And it's a very exciting time because we could have an alternative income stream funded by Pillar 2 of the new CAP or by an environmental fund, putting carbon farming back into the hands of farmers. And the market is already global, it's out there globally, and it's a global commodity. And if you look at the big companies in Ireland, in particular, say the likes of Ryanair and Roadstone and people like that, they have a huge carbon bill to pay. And they have to buy carbon credits from other parts of the world. And wouldn't it make a lot of sense if we were able to trade carbon credits within our own economy, our circular economy in Ireland? And think of the environmental value of what this would achieve. And the last few years, the popular media has been concentrating and giving farmers a bad name on the nitrates. The nitrates is only one part of the whole process. Like carbon, if we could put a regulation in place for a dairy farmer or a beef farmer to get carbon credits from using Irish produced grain, wouldn't that make a lot of sense? And he can offset that off his methane calculations and so on. So what we're saying is the science is there. We need the funding. We need it at European level and we need it at domestic level to make this happen. And I would like to thank the European People's Party in particular. They were great to us last year. They laid down the ground rules for us in Brussels. They told us that we set up a template with them, and that pilot scheme is in Brussels at the moment. So, I mean, it's only a pilot scheme, but every farm in the future should have a mechanism that they can go and do their own carbon measurement. The investment in it is significant, but if the return we can't say that every farmer would have to pay for the capital investment in the measurement equipment, but surely there's the initiative there with all the money. If you take, for example, and I'm not knocking other sectors, I'm begrudging them in a way, and look at the budget that was put into the electrification of cars. God, wouldn't we give anything to have a small percentage of that to set this up? But there's no, if I talk to him and Ryan about that, he's not interested. But with the help of Sean and the EPP and people like that, maybe people will start being interested in the Irish level. So they want all the solutions, but they don't want to pay for them. So I'm happy in a way. I'm delighted that the EPP asked me to speak on it, and I'm very happy, myself and Darren here, we have some information here we can put up on slides if we have to explain to people a bit more. Thank you very much, Elaine, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Pat, for that very detailed and quite entertaining slide graphics there at times. We'll come back to that. Obviously, we're running just a little bit behind on the schedule here, so I don't want to delay too long in case anyone has any questions from the audience. Do we have a microphone to offer to some people who might be in the audience? Unlike the last panel discussion, this will be for questions only. As you can see, we're just caught with time and directed towards the panelists. I'm sorry, we'll just get you a microphone there. Yeah. Thank you, go ahead.
Hi, it's kind of a quick one just for yourself on the carbon farming. Are you and Sean Kelly aware that what you're proposing would require a massive change to the UN inventory system? The reason that we can't offset our removals against methane from cattle is because the removals on our farm take place in the LULUCF sector. Now, I know that the EU have proposed that they would merge LULUCF and agriculture around 2036, I think. But at the same time, they are proposing to also merge transport and energy into that same sector so that they would be able to avail of our removals. So it's not as simple as, this framework is not as simple as Europe. It is about changing the inventory system at a UN level. And I would just also like to say thank you to Dale Cramond for having the courage to speak against, the issues with the inventory are huge. Nobody will talk about them. Yourself and Colin Markey deserve a bow for your courage, and I thank you for that. But the carbon farming issue is far more complex than a European issue.
I might just take two questions actually at a time. This gentleman over here as well, if you don't mind handing over the mic, and then we can go to the panel.
Yes, I'll be right. Councillor Tommy Kinsella, and I'm a small-time farmer as well, reared on a fragmented farm of 65 acres. But I think, as Lane said, I was involved in beef and sheep. The biggest thing for the beef is the uncertainty of the price. Where I live now, there's 4 farmers have given up sucklers. And just to give an example there, even myself, in the month of February, people who had cows fit to sell, in fact, they dropped 20 cents in 1 week. So what do? Do you sell or do you hold on? And they were back up in a fortnight again. So that's it. So it's definitely the uncertainty of the thing. I have a son, he's in Australia. He may come back, but he'll definitely be only a part-time farmer. But everything has changed as regards beef and sheep. A lot of work involved, but the uncertainty of the price, and also, Dale, what would your view be on the live export? I think it's very important.
Okay, thanks. I might go down to Pat. So first for the question just in relation to the carbon framework and LULUCF.
Well, first of all, carbon trading is happening globally at the moment. And the regulatory framework under the Carbon Framework Initiative that was passed by the European Parliament in November 2023, we weren't able to make any application until that was in place. I am fully conscious of all the regulations on it, and that's why I'm saying that the measurement process and the system for measurement, reporting and verification is very strict and it's very complex. And the capital investment in that it requires a significant funding. The measurement that's taking place is, what's the word, the buzzword? It's 24/7, it's ongoing, it's live. But the science is already there for doing it. And I'm not conscious of any restriction from within the EU, or not the EU, is it the UN you made reference to? Under what grounds are they saying this? Well, first of all, I'm not an expert on emissions because I'm not a livestock farmer. I'm a tillage farmer exclusively. So, but included in our proposals and our study and our evaluation, we've included grassland as well in it because it is as significant, because there's no point in just having carbon measurement on 6% of our land. It obviously has to be there for everybody. I don't know what you're saying as regards the emissions, but surely if you have a negative on that side of your methane emissions and you have a positive carbon footprint from using Irish product, Irish feed product, i.e. be it grain or be it straw or grass produced from an environmentally sustainable background, surely there's no reason why you can't offset that. Well, I'm not involved in the preparation of the regulatory process in Ireland, nor would I want to be. But I know the department have set up a study, and I've been at some of their meetings, and they are a long way behind us on where we're going as regards the investigation and the preparation of the structure that we have put out in our pilot program. But I'm sure this time next year I'll know a lot more about it. But I feel it's an important part of, if on the positive side there is a good news story for farming and the farming environment, it needs to be put out there because there's so much negativity from the non-farming media. The airways have been dogged by the nitrates thing for the last 2 years. At the same time, there are good news stories out there. I haven't heard any.
Well, with due respect to the panellists, they're not here on behalf of Fine Gael, in fairness. No, I understand your point, and you actually do make a very interesting point there in relation to the LULUCF being separate to the livestock emissions. That's actually quite an interesting point. But I might just answer this gentleman's question. I might just go to Dale. Dale, look, there's a lot of uncertainty in the price. Beef farmers will say the price goes down, it goes up, it goes down. Processors will say we're slaves to market. Like everyone is a slave to something. And how can farmers operate with profitability when there's so much uncertainty?
Look, I've been in this role. I don't buy or sell cattle. I will say at the outset, I represent a group of people that I would say are incredibly committed to rural Ireland. The price of cattle, the price of milk, the price of grain has always fluctuated, and it's going to continue to fluctuate. So I think the only way we can kind of address that is to try and look for alternatives, to look for alternative income streams that we can bring onto farm that helps create that certainty, whether that be farmers planting part of their land, whether looking at the issue of agroforestry, whether it's putting solar panels on roofs of sheds, whether it's biomethane and the opportunities that may create. That's where this is going to go. I think it's to try and create, alternative income streams.
But also, I suppose, supporting the farmer. Like
100%.
Policy has to support the farmer because with anything, it'll involve a capital investment or investment in that kind, which is very effective technology, but it does need support.
The point I'm trying to make is that the returns, we need more than the marketplace. The market will return what the market returns, and as an industry we will continue to do our damnedest to try and maximize that return, but there's going to be fluctuations in that from time to time. That's inevitable.
Yeah. As I said there, just at the offset as well, like the volatility in price experienced by farming in this country, as I said, is like no other. If I might just finish, I really want to talk to Elaine just about the point about mental health, because if you're, no matter what it is, if the weather's affecting and you can't harvest, if you're not getting good beef price or milk price because the markets, every single one of those things affects your mental health. And farmers are down. I haven't met or spoken to a happy farmer in a good few months. And it's a sad sight to see, because sometimes I try and steer the conversation just with my neighbours or something into a bit more positive, and they just sound so down. And they're like such Trojan workers as well, Elaine. Like, you know, you'd like to see them have a bit of positivity. Now, look, this is because obviously we've experienced rain really since July, but what would help farmers at the moment, apart from the factors that are outside of their control?
Yeah, I suppose, firstly, I will say this from the outset, I am actually a healthcare professional. That's why I'm extremely passionate about mental health, but I do come from a farming background. There's a lot that can be done for mental health, and especially farmer mental health, Stella, but as Maria said there in her opening statement, it's the stigma that's out there in the farming community. None of us want to let our neighbours know what's happening over the ditch. Nobody wants to turn for help, but we're actually seeing the shift happening, as I said there, that there is farmers currently out there that can't go outside the front door. In Mockra, we actually have an initiative called Make the Move. We offer counselling, a crisis response team as well. We'll say in case of a tragedy, we can deploy counsellors and support staff to the area. But for the past couple of weeks, I have been the person at the end of the phone. I have been the person at the end of our helpline. I've sat up on my bed at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, talking to young farmers, talking them out of doing things they shouldn't be at. That has a massive mental toll on every single person in Ireland, not just the farmers. Over 8 people in the farming community have committed suicide in the last 10 days. Have we heard that anywhere? No. Why are we ashamed of it? It's now time to make a change. We're partnered with, as Helen said, there is great work being done in UCD. We are working very closely with Tomas Russell and Louise McHugh to develop a gold standard of how to deal with mental health issues in the farming community. There's no point saying that they're the exact same mental health issues that anybody else can have. I suppose it's a tiny bit more complex than the farming community, because you have to understand the struggles that are there. As I was on the radio the other day and the presenter goes to me, goes, sure, how is it different? And I goes, you can make some comparisons. When you don't have enough of fodder to feed your cattle in the shed, it's like walking into your house and not having food to put on the table for your family. It's the exact same, but it's trying to get that across to Irish society. But the one thing I would say to every single one of you here in this room, if you are struggling, say it, and be proud to say it. The best thing that you can do is confide in somebody. We are all here to help one another. I would prefer to sit up here this time next year and see you all here rather than having to attend a funeral. And that's what I'm doing as Mockra president currently, and it's something I personally do not want to see continuing in the younger generation, and that's why I said in the opening as well, the uncertainty that's out there is having the toll.
And just to finish up there, I often kind of think of the comparison, and you mentioned healthcare there during COVID. Our healthcare workers were under incredible stress during the COVID pandemic, and the government and politicians and communities and groups, and everyone rallied around them. They got claps at 6 o'clock every evening and candles lit for the healthcare. I mean, I would probably think that like farmers should be in the same. Farmers kept farming during COVID to ensure food security. Food still had to be produced, and they didn't, get any praise and thanks. And I suppose what may be affecting their mental health is, on the one side, the financial strain at the moment and the poor weather, really impacting on the work that they can do. But then on the other side of it, perhaps in some sectors of media where they're vilified. I mean, it's one thing you're getting up every morning trying to make a day's living and trying to put food on the table for your own family and food on the table for the rest of the world, and then to have the rhetoric coming at you that you're doing things wrong and you're the problem. I mean, that'll get at anybody.
Yeah, no, it's constantly, you are the problem when you are in the farming community. There was farmers out there, and yes, the land is saturated. We're all happy to say that. Some people had no choice only to let animals out. But yes, people that weren't educated were reporting them for animal welfare. Think of the toll that was having on the family and the community. And Stella, I do appreciate you saying there about the healthcare workers. I was one of them that worked during COVID. I actually worked in a nursing home that featured numerous times on the news for the deaths that were there. I have been through that struggle. And like the struggle that the farming community is going through now is something that the government need to support. But we also need the support around the research. But right now, everybody in Ireland needs to realise the farmers are not doing wrong. They just need help. People need us, need the farmers more in rural communities than anybody else.
Absolutely. I think thank you, Elaine. We're just going to have to wrap it up there, I'm afraid. We're just Yeah, and I want to thank our panellists as well who were excellent today. And I know they didn't have as much time as they would have liked to talk about it, but I just want to say thank you very much to Dale Crammond from MII, Helen Sheridan from UCD, Pat Cleary from the Irish Grain Growers Group, and Elaine Houlihan from MACRA. And I'll hand it back to Siegfried now. Thank you.
She's handing it back to Siegfried, who's in the room. And politicians don't need to sit in the first row to be in the room and to listen to you. I was in the last row talking to one of us because it's just me between you and the lunch now. I just wanted to say thank you for coming, for speaking up, for talking to us. Please tell us also in the future what we can do better that helps us. Today was a very useful day. Sean, myself, Maria, Colm, we're taking back the message of what is expected from us in the next years in a humble way, because when it is about agriculture, farming, you know better than us what has to be done. It is our duty to listen and to deliver. Really, thank you very much for being here, for speaking up, and have a good lunch. Thank you.